Watching on YouTube, I apologize. I forgot to click start recording for my YouTube upload until turn 5 here, so. We're currently in game 1 of this conquest.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you actually mean, Daddy?
I think we play Devil Dino left, so we don't give them a free Professor X path here.
Double Dino? More like Double Trouble. Why called Double Dino?
Devil Dino.
Devil Dino. More like Devil Dino.
We're gonna lose priority here. We're gonna lose the game. We're gonna lose the game. I think we're dead zone. This is, we haven't seen High Evolutionary from the opponent. We saw Daredevil, Storm, Spider-Man, but statistically, High Evolutionary is the most popular thing they could be doing.
You wins and you win, you lose, but what if it is purple in the middle, you know?
What do you mean purple where?
You mean I saw purple, like on Bill, you know?
You'll have to point it out next time, buddy. I don't see it. I'm not sure which part you're talking about. There's a lot of purple on the screen.
I'm done. See ya.
All right, catch you later, my dude.
Mamma mia, chicken pea, mamma mia, chicken pea, mamma mia, chicken pea.
Hey, Diablo Day, what's going on, Bobo? We do Diablo very first thing in the morning. So we just finished doing some Diablo stuff. All right, chat. Normally I would advise against this, but we're gonna go full gamma. We're gonna go full gamma. Maybe I should have snapped them here. Yeah, I think I should have snapped the Electra. That's a good call. Okay, yeah, confirmed High Evolutionary. Hey, Mage Cakes, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate the support. Moving us closer to our sub goal for the month. I think they're most likely to storm New York, so I'm gonna crystal there. Wish Ham took out ongoing cards, so it kind of takes out ongoing cards, which is awkward. I've Rodin and I have Max Mastermold. Yeah, I should have snapped going into the Electro turn. At least we snapped them out of seeing our Rodin here. But yeah. Yeah, definitely Mage Cakes. If you send a donation through with the deck code in the link to the deck in the comments, I will get to it after we're done with this one. So, I think I'm actually supposed to leave on this turn 1 snap because Kiln is just incredibly good for my opponent's location lockout deck. So the odds that their hand is strong into this location on 1 is high. So I'm gonna just give them the cube. Escaped. They fixed the Hammond cache issue. I have not heard communication about the Hammond cache issue or the weekend missions yet. They are really dragging. It's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they better, hopefully we get some kind of update on that today. Yeah, Professor X. Maybe we'll pork him. Oh my gosh, shit, I missed it. Who did we just pork there? Was it Dr. Doom or was it Professor X? It was Doom. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna snap them because I get to Professor X the Altar of Death here. And they have priority, so anything they play into the altar is going to die, and then we'll get to take it. I've not made it over to see Across the Spider-Verse yet. This might be maybe... This might be crazy, call me maybe. But am I supposed to Mystique the Daily Bugle? I think they're gonna Professor X the left, or the right. Yeah, the fucking soul reads! Alright, let's find out if they have Jeff, I guess. The two conspiracy theory to say that it's possible all Series 5 cards have had the Spider Pig issue where they weren't in caches. No, that's not true. There's plenty of examples of people opening Series 5 cards the day they release. The problem with this was the fact that, this is the first direct to Series 4 card. I don't think I'm supposed to assume they have Jeff. It's not super common in this archetype. We're gonna find out. I'm staying for 8 if they're not leaving. Yeah, God, the fucking, that was so good, chat. Just they're gonna Professor X their Sunspot path, so we can just take this here. Oh, man. That was delicious. Thoughts on if the old Shuri deck is playable in this meta? I think the Shuri with Kitty Pryde is quite reasonable. Not busted or top tier, but plenty playable, I think. Nothing like winning 2 lanes with 4 total power, right? Ooh, that's a fun one. So is that. The question is, can I reasonably fight over Shuri's Lab? I'm not sure that I can. We're gonna go Crystal mid, into Rodin, into Master Mold Maximus. Oh, sorry. Potentially. We might go Mystique into Mystique Master Mold now. We'll see what they do. I think it's a Century deck, and your new video is good for Conquest. Yeah, we played that deck to a, a strong finish in Conquest before. Think I do this and play for all 3? Hulk plus Wasp could get us. Master Mold moves. No, the Agent 13 was already played on Aunt May's. Maybe I didn't need Master Mold, actually. Close. Yeah, I think looking at how many cards were in their hand, I probably should have gone Mystique Maximus there. It ended up not mattering, but I should have I should have had 14 power here instead of 2. This actually didn't do anything because their hand was full. All right, they're bouncing out. Hey, Mage Cakes, thank you for the tip. The URL is wrong. You sent me a link to all of your decks. Let me show you. When you're on your decks page, you'll see a list of decks like this. If you click on this button, you hit view deck, and then this URL here at the top when you click view deck is what I need to be able to see what you're sharing. And you can just post that link in chat when you have it. Oh, Max was iceboxed, you're right. Yeah, my brain's bad. I hate that it doesn't show you. I hate that it doesn't show you what the. It doesn't show you like what cost modifications there are when things are on the board. That would be nice information to continue to have. We're allergic to winning. I'm allergic to 18 power Hulks, I think is what it actually is. They're just so large. So big. I think they really nailed most things related to Conquest. I think the way they structured the rewards, how you could free to play it or pay to accelerate is well done. I think this game mode is like a small number of card sideboard away from just being everything I want from Marvel Snap gameplay. Some of the UI stuff is clunky. That's definitely true. The menus could be optimized. 3 card. I think if I was in charge, they said, Jeff, you get to add sideboards to Marvel Snap. How many cards you serve? I think I'd start with 2. I think there's a chance that 3's on the high side. Yeah, this hand is solid. What's a sideboard? A sideboard is like a group of cards that you could swap out in between games. So like you play a game and then you could exchange a card between your main deck and your list of extra cards that are considered your sideboard. Sideboard would mean everyone would have hard counters. Yeah, but it also means decks that have a hard time with particular hard counters get to play counterplay to those hard counters. Because people already have a bunch of hard counters in their starting deck, right? God, Wasp is way too fucking good, chat. It's so offensive. Why does Wasp play into Lockjaw for free, but then also it's given me -4 permanently?
Opponent snapped.
This would give me 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I think we have to go because I just can't beat Hulk. It's unfortunate, but okay, Boomer. I guess I cut them off at draws. I don't know. There's only 4 cards in their deck. They're just way too far behind. We're too far behind that I don't have the time or the brain capacity to sit and count out how big their Hulk is. It's not possible for me to be winning in all 3 paths, so I think I'm just supposed to leave. Oh, thank you for the bits too, Mage Cakes. Mage, did you get me the proper link? Sorry, let me check your message history. Oh, you DM'd me. Perfect. Haha. Oh yeah, that didn't work either. Technology is hard. I'm not sure. It is a weird URL, weird looking URL. That link doesn't work for me. If you want to just DM me a deck code, Mage, that'll work instead of a URL. If you're having a hard time with it, if you're not sure where it's at Untapped. I don't really want to put random cards into my deck. I'm just gonna do this. Them shuffling Sentinels into their deck is actually kind of good for us, right? Oh, I get to Cosmo their Lockjaw. I think I snapped them. Any community site with deck link works.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir. Opponent snapped.
I don't know. I don't know that this matchup is winnable. And this has kind of been the tough part about this archetype in general. And one of the reasons I had played iterations of this deck previously, and I don't know that it could produce big enough numbers to be competitive. Is the TLDR. Everything needs Shang. I don't think we're in an everything needs Shang territory. Like, the bounce deck, for example, can outpower a Hulk and play for all 3. I think the bounce deck is pretty good into the high Evo variations. The RNG Casino is so consistent they need to adjust it. I think your comment there and the way you framed it shows you don't understand why the Lockjaw deck is good. The Lockjaw deck is not RNG. I've got you, Mage Cakes. Thank you. That should work. Yeah, so like, I can't compete in the center. I think this is like Ronin left, hope that this is good enough, right? I'm gonna put this middle just to like make them play here. I think I have to stay in here. I think my out to win this game is we draw Mystique and we go Ronin here into Mystique Max and we win the game. Yes, the deck that's by my picture is the cards we see from the opponents so far. Hey, Exco Motive, thank you for the brand new Prime. Folks like you make this possible to be my job. I appreciate you keeping me around. Just isn't our matchup like Joe said. Well, so the flip side of that is I don't think you can afford to have this not be your matchup. Is the thing. I think if this matchup is unwinnable for you, you're just not in a spot that is reasonable to format. I think we're just supposed to leave here again. This dino ends up being 18, so they only need a small thing here. Yeah, this might be fine on the ladder, but Conquest is, I'm gonna retreat here because we're dead. We'll try and get another one, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get 10-0'd here. Well, if they don't have a play this turn, Master Mold cuts them off a draw. She. Snow Guard is semi-playable. Is it, though? Is it? You see Bounce, Lockjaw, Evo, and Sandman as a 3-deck metagame. I think that's a bad take. I don't think Sandman is that great, and it's definitely not that popular. High Evo, Control, High Evo, Lockjaw, and High Evo, Control, High Evo, Lockjaw, and Bounce are definitely the big three. Also, other things to think about. This deck had previously played Cosmo as a way to protect our big things from Shang-Chi. Cosmo has anti-synergy with Mold because it stops our Sentinels from filling back up their hand. We are still waiting on the weekend mission. I actually asked I just pinged my second dinner contact and if there was any update on that. Yeah, I'm gonna concede this match. We're like 0% here.
Escaped.
Let's talk about what you could do to maybe make this deck playable if you wanted to play it into the current metagame. What a fucking asshole. Congratulations. Your stock tier 1 deck is really good into the bad deck someone paid me money to play. Better push the button a ton of times. Dear Benjamin Broad, please let me not be psychologically abused by my opponents who are assholes. Thanks. Okay, so I think at a minimum, if I wanted to play this archetype, I think the change I would probably make is add Zabu and Shang-Chi. And I think it's probably like Cosmo and Beast out. And there's only 2 4-drops in this deck, but Coulson's kind of an extra 4-drop, right? And the big thing Shang-Chi does is with Zabu, you could play like Mystique plus Shang-Chi, or Maximus plus Shang-Chi, or Agent Coulson plus Shang-Chi on the last turn. So I think if I wanted to try and noodle with this archetype a little bit, the Cosmo's gotta go because of its anti-synergy with the Sentinels you're giving them. And I think if you wanted something to protect your big guys from opposing Shang-Chi's, I'd maybe sub Agent 13 for, like, armor. But I do think overall it's a little bit of an uphill battle trying to make this archetype work. I think it's kind of just been outclassed compared to other things you can be playing. Devil Dino and Rodent are just incredibly fair cards. I think I'd keep Maria. I think Maria's maybe a better card than Agent 13 on average, but it's close. Yeah, the Hawk decks are definitely... Hawk kind of outclasses Dino and Ronin for sure. What does Cerebro 5 with Silk look like? I don't have one in my deck editor right now, but if you look on my YouTube highlights, there was a Cerebro 5 highlight last week when Silk released. If you want to check that out. All right, we have a viewer-submitted control deck here. This is playing a lot of cards that I enjoy. We've got Storm with Nebula and Jessica Jones. We've got a small Miles Morales package. We've got some Goblins for Disruption on the lane lock side. We've got Spider-Woman at the top end. I'll be curious to see if Spider-Woman feels good, or if I prefer Gamora. I don't know that I necessarily want to cut Rescue, but I kind of agree that a lack of Shang-Chi here is a tough sell. Is Mage Cakes, are you still hanging out in chat? They said they might have to bounce. Have you played into much Lockjaw Evo with this deck? I feel like without a Shang-Chi, we're just never beating the Lockjaw path, and we're never beating the Hulk path, right? Yeah, I mean, if you want to send me $20 to lose a gold conquest, I'm fine playing your bad deck card for card. But usually I don't mind adding a tech card or two to give us a chance. I do think this probably wants Shang to have a solid chance. Shang also works well with both Ghost Spider and Silk, because you could, like, Shang-Chi plus play one of these 2-drops on the last turn. I think it's maybe the Green Goblin goes. I like Hobgoblin with Ghost Spider. Oh wait, I have a new Hobgoblin variant too, right? Which is more reason to keep playing it. Hold please. Should we try and split this guy? Should we try and get an Inker or Gold on here? Hold on. Pause for whale watching momentarily here. Animated. Please remove your boat's rudders from the water. There's whales about. We have not had communication from Second Dinner that the Spider Ham in reserves issue has been fixed yet. We're also waiting on an update for the weekend mission stuff. Oh, that's not the button I wanted to pick. All right, so I've got a few Hobgoblin splits at this point. played a lot of this card. How many we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I already have an ink. 4. Oh, this is actually only 5. Oh, I forgot I got a 4th split ink on the max cookie. Running hot. All right, so this could be gold. We'll take that. The red looks decent with the red on the outside of the text too. Do it. Do it. All right, I'm gonna sub Green Goblin for Shang, and let's set it in here, huh? Surprise, your rescue isn't gold ink. Rescue's just a card that's like kind of struggled to be playable. I like this rescue variant a lot, but I just don't have a lot of boosters. I have 1, 2, 3 splits, so this will be an excuse to maybe farm some rescue boosters. Prototype. Yeah, if you want to submit a deck for viewer conquest today, I'd be okay with that. This current deck list is our last viewer submission that's in the tick at the moment. We're gonna do viewer conquests until the OTA drops, but usually the OTA doesn't drop for a few hours yet. Could Rescue be OTA'd to a 4/5 or a 4/10? Maybe. I could also see a world where they like make her a 3-drop. All of our ink chat. I need a good silk variant so I can start upgrading her. Yeah, so to remind people of Marvel Snap's release cycle, next week is no changes. This week's an OTA. Next week is no OTA or patch. And the week after is an OTA again. Hey, Thanos, hello, Lockjaw, Surfer, Destroy once more. Sounds good, Prototype. Thank you for your very generous tip. Am I storming Asteroid Ebb, or am I storming here? I think I'm storming here and then ghost spidering her back over. I think my opponent will have a hard time keeping up here without a 3 or a 4 drop. Or are they storming too? Well, our Daredevil is no longer super useful.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Oh, that's a huge fucking rip. And then we have priority going into the last turn, so our Shang-Chi's not useful.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, Boomer.
Escaped.
No, you will not drop below rank 100 until after the new season starts. To submit a viewer conquest deck, you need to be subscribed to the channel, and then you need to make a 20 USD donation with the deck link in the donation comments here. Play Jeff in the middle, try to avoid a rock here. Angela, interesting. Angela Thor is not a typical combination. I think with Jessica Jones, I'm staying in for their snap here. We got diffed on the expansion, but very unique combination of cards here for them. So we're down by 2 on the left. So Jeff is technically winning the left for us. Are they a Mr. Negative deck? That's an interesting thought. Yeah, they might be. Oh, I should have been thinking about Miles. I should have moved Jeff last turn, I guess. Alright, we're gonna pay some cubes for some info here and see if they can add more stats here. Opponent's playing an off-meta deck as well, so I'm not really sure what their output range is. Yeah, Valk's a possibility with things like Ironheart. I don't know what we're worrying about here. Yeah, alright, so we're dead. And unfortunately, we just couldn't play for the right side because we got expansion diffed so hard. You played Galactus since they changed him? No. They added more ways to interact with Galactus, but they didn't really change his gameplay patterns. So I personally am not really interested. Yeah, they're probably a Surfer deck, huh? I think is the take with the Thor. Could be negative. Could just be Surfer, though. You know what time the OTA is? Anytime between 15 minutes from now and like 4 hours from now. They don't really have a hard and fast schedule on it. Yeah, last I checked the metrics, the stock Galactus deck from before the patch was still the best performing Galactus deck. What's an OTA? A command? Okay, a command. No. OTA stands for over the air update. Means there's balance changes coming today. I have Shang-Chi in my deck, so we can kind of play for the Gamma Lamp here. Jeff Nebula's late at movement to the Gamma Lab. It's a good shout. I should have done that.
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
If you were a gambling man, and by gambling man, I mean streaming on Kick, would you bet that Infinite Conquest videos next week will do better, worse, or the same than the gold ones? Probably worse would be my expectation. It's a shame I don't have Shang-Chi, so I can't snap them back here. Is Silk worth 6K? I think Silk's a very good card. To agree with this list, feel free to squeeze Shang in somewhere. Thank you for the anonymous tip, whoever did that. I think I have room to take, let's say, one more deck submission for now. I don't want to take too many and run into when the OTAs happen. Yeah, I think we're supposed to just leave again. We needed Shang-Chi to be able to win the left. And honestly, even if we draw in Shang-Chi, there's a chance we lose the right to, like, Surfer plus Hammer. Yeah, it's incredibly unlikely that plus 11 wins us the middle. I think there's a chance Spider-Woman loses the middle, and there's a chance we lose the right with Hammer. Hammer plus Surfer is plus 8 there, and then the Nebula gives them another 2. So I think I have to leave.
Escaped.
What avatar am I gonna take to Infinite? I don't know. Probably one of the $100 ones. Probably work our way around those. How do you format submissions? Yeah, you just link them on whatever your favorite community deck website is. So, Untap, Sap.fan, whatever. Just post your deck list there, and then you put the deck link in the donation comment. I think the Venom bundle is worth it. You can always come into my chat and type !bundles to get my thoughts on whether or not a particular bundle deal is worthwhile. There is an OTA update today. Do I want to commit Rescue into Spider-Woman to win this path? That might be too much there. Stuff. Can I draw? Maybe we move Jeff mid, so that way if we have Miles, then we can go Miles plus Jones next turn if we draw it. This also lets us go Miles plus Storm. Okay, them committing the Storm here, I think, means I want a Spider-Woman, right? They're gonna have Shang-Chi. I think Shang-Chi's unlikely in my opponent's archetype. So I'm going to 9 here. This would put me to 14. Then I lose to Surfer. This puts me to 17. It puts them to 4. This beats Surfer. I'm losing the discount on my Miles Morales, though, is unfortunate.
All systems go.
Yes, Mr. Fantastic is another good one to think about. Is that actually great? I think that actually might be great, huh? You still lose to Wong Surfer. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I think this is the line. Gonna ghost left? Yeah, we could ghost left too, I suppose. Yeah, they think the Flooded is gone, but they also might just be surfering anyways, because it's just like their best play. Oh my god, I did this in the wrong fucking order. I guess this is fine. It means I win here. Oh my god, are we a fucking genius? Am I a mad fucking genius? Oh my god, our brain is accidentally huge. Oh my god, our brain is accidentally huge. That's like, this turn did not play out remotely how I intended it to play out, but we got the win. Listen, chat, this is why you should buy Silk. Because her brain is way fucking bigger than yours, and she'll fix your shit. Accidental Silk victory, best victory. A truly skill-based hero card game. Mission failed successfully. Yep. Yep. I think your crochet is better for us than it is for them. I think this is it. My chance to roll. This opportunity comes once in a match time. You gotta lose yourself in the cubes. All right, we're catching up, chat. We're catching up. Don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. And we're doing Gold Conquest with viewer-submitted deck list currently. Yes, Touchpad, we did yours first thing this morning. Would you like spoilers, or would you like to go back and watch it live? I'm sure you're gonna watch it regardless, but I can tell you results and thoughts as a TLDR if you'd like. Just 5 in here. Give me the rundown. The deck definitely needs Shang-Chi to compete with all of the Hulks running around at a minimum. Is the big part of the TLDR, I think. I'm gonna Jessica Jones the Flooding, and then I think we're Ghost Spidering Jessica Jones into the big house. I think Spider-Man 2099 is probably playable, yeah. I don't know if this is my game, chat. Like, do I have the cards to win Hellfire Club here? I can't play Miles Morales into Hellfire Club. Like, obviously I'm gonna play Silk out here, but I don't know. I don't know that we're accomplishing, like, how do I win? I think it's bounce out and we make next game our fight. Being down to 3 cubes here, unless our hand is exceptionally bad, this next game is the one we make a move on. They're on 6 cubes, so we'll have to win 2 3-cubers basically. Honestly, the way my curve is lined up here, I'm just gonna Ghost Spider the Nebula and then play Miles on 3, I think. Storm's pretty not great for us in this matchup, so I think we need to shy away from it. Wait. Why does this cost 1? Is that bugged? That's bugged, right? They bugged it in a different way? It's a reverse bug? It was bugged in a different manner before.
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Oh my god, this is a hammer face down.
Mjolnir.
Alright. Alright. We need to draw Shang-Chi, which is only 1 in 6.
Mjolnir. To me. Mjolnir. To me.
Oh wait, are we winning the right? If they don't draw another hammer, we're winning the right? I mean, we're in for all 3 cubes, so I just hope they didn't draw hammer in their one draw. Well, no, we beat Surfer with Nebula. They also played into here twice, so their odds of having the hammer are you kidding me? They're playing Killmonger in their Nebula deck? What is wrong with humans? They're like, I had like written off their last card as not Killmonger, but they're playing Killmonger in their Nebula deck. I mean, there were no other decisions we could make there. Like that was the game, right? Like we were committed for 2. I mean, it comes at the cost of having a dead card in a lot of other positions, right? Is like the TLDR. I mean, for what it's worth, playing Killmonger inside of Surfer is very good. It's just if you're playing Killmonger inside of the Surfer deck, your 1-drop should be Nova, not Nebula. So, to continue giving feedback after we get our shit pushed in, the tough part about decks like this is they're just kind of worse versions of the High Evolutionary deck. I really like this style of deck, and I wish it was better than it is, but I really feel like if you're like Storm Jessica Jones just ain't what she used to be in a world where High Evolutionary Cyclops just does it so much better. I think it's also kind of a tough sell being a Storm deck and not running Dr. Doom's also a little bit rough. I think you could probably win games with this and it's all right, but I think if you're looking at this from a pure competitive perspective, I would tell you to just play the High Evolutionary Storm deck instead. Would be my TLDR. I mean, it's not, for the people that are acting like the Killmonger got us there or it was a surprise, like, it could have been a surprise in an earlier game, but it's not like I made any decisions in that last game that we played that were incorrect, thinking they had Killmonger. All of our plays are exactly the same, even if we know their last card is Killmonger, because we just only had one option to play 2. Yes, I am taking viewer submissions. We are lighting my Gold Conquest tickets on fire. Thankfully, we have a real competitive deck. It's kind of a palate cleanser after 2 brews. We're gonna fire it up here with Thanos, Hella, Lockjaw, Surfer, Destroy, the way Brode intended the game to be played. I think Jessica Jones would be viable with an OTA change. I don't think Jessica Jones is a problem. I think the problem is High Evolutionary's stats are just better than all the other things. I don't think you wanna have an arms race and like try and make other things as good as High Evolutionary. I think you probably want to take High Evolutionary and tap it down a little bit.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, Westlake, thanks for hanging out. I'm not debating if I'm retreating here. I'm debating if I'm snapping them back. You want to play for 4 cubes against this abomination? You can play for 4 cubes against this abomination. I have Lockjaw in my opener. Let's go. By all indications, they should be taking care of High Evolutionary today. I don't know if I expect that to be true. So again, they lock in OTA changes a week in advance, is my understanding. And High Evolutionary really didn't show itself as problematic until Conquest happened. In fact, there's a lot less High Evolutionary on the ladder. Oh my god, this is hilarious. I have priority here because they're sitting on Jotunheim. LOL. How can you change High Evolutionary via OTA? Well, I assume they can adjust all of the numbers on the High Evolutionary cards themselves via OTA. Maybe that's not the case, but that would be my assumption. Okay, and we space stoned the cloning vats. So we could go ahead and move this here. And then we'll go Time Stone, Space Stone. Honestly, probably Gambit. I don't want to Gambit first. I want to draw cards first, so that way I'm less likely to discard Hella. People saying play Gambit first are super wrong. Oh, I should have Gambited second. I forgot about. God damn it, Lady Civ. You had one fucking job, and it wasn't that. Why did they put their water? The Jeff hasn't moved yet, chat. We just do this, huh? Wait, I'm playing free. Okay, I should have gambited them. Are we good? Oh my god, the nebula! I forgot about the nebula! Fuck! Oh, fuck! That's so sad. That's so sad.
The universe shall be set right. Opponent snapped.
Er. And congrats on your early Infinite Echo. Oh gosh. I think we're dead, fam. We'll take this one into a Silver Conquest run before we move to the next one once we die here. It's my loose plan is if we brick off a run real hard, we'll play it in a silver. That is not hella. Alright, show me the gambit. Alright, chat, I need to run to the restroom really quick. When I get back, we're gonna take this into a Silver Conquest run to see if we can redeem ourselves. BRB. I'm gonna hit ad roll because I'm stepping away. Don't go anywhere. We should have won that first 8-cuber, chat, if I had played slightly better. The too many menus here. Hey, Grep, thank you for the brand new prime. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around and working us up towards our sub goal for the month.
Destiny will arrive.
For the regulars here, or the folks that haven't heard me say it before, my sub goal is 2,500 concurrent subs for the month. That amount allows me to derive the majority of my income from sub revenue as opposed to leaning into advertisements. So long as we can hit that goal, there won't be regular midstream ads on the channel. My plan is if we fall short of that sub goal in a month, the following month I will take a 3 minutes ad contract to help make up the difference. Was a Prime sub. Everybody who has Amazon Prime, if they link their Amazon account to their Twitch account, they get Prime Gaming included with that for free. And Prime Gaming gives you a Prime sub, which gives me dollary dues, just like if you actually sub to the channel. I get the same amount of money from a Prime sub as I would from you paying with your own money to sub to the channel. I think I'd actually rather redraw Gambit than redraw Timestone. And actually, maybe I want Timestone next turn. So we'll do this. Yeah. If you've got Amazon Prime, use Jeff Bezos' money before you use your own. I get Tree Fitty from a Prime sub, just like I get from you giving me your own dollars. Always spend Jeff's money first. Killmonger is a consideration for not that's so awkward. I guess I'm just doing this. Not super excited about it though. Need a steak. Thank you for the brand new primer. Why Monger you can win Mojo is easy? Because if I discard the Killmonger, I need to if I discard the Killmonger, it comes back with Hela. Yeah, no more 7th turn is awkward, thanks to reality. I'm 1 in 5 to hit Hela here. Oh, they played for the Raft. Oh, they have Dr. Doom. Yikes. Okay, 20%er. Even if we hit the Doom bot in the middle, we were still losing, right?
Victory.
Wait, what? Oh, we won 2 out of the 3. My brain's bad. I was thinking we were losing the breaker, but no, we were up, not tied. We take those.
Destiny will arrive.
Hey, Adam. Thank you for the prime. Good morning, good morning. Three sixes are pretty A-okay. I thought I was going crazy. Well, you might be going crazy, but I also messed up. Those things aren't mutually exclusive, though. I'm gonna go ahead and Reality Stone the right side here because these other 2 locations are good for us. So we're gonna keep those around. I'm gonna kill the time stone here for the sake of making death cheaper. Monster Metropolis is a little scary because they could like have a Hulk there. Having Wasp back out of Big House seems good for us. See if we can tag that Hulk out of their hand. Honestly, maybe I should have snapped them here. Hey, Gusterod, thank you for the third of a year. Mjolnir to be. Yeah? Yeah, I like it. I believe. Ugh. Hello! Hello! See, chat, you just gotta believe. You just gotta believe. Why, hello there. I probably should have snapped them when the Wasp flipped out of their lockjaw. Look at that little green guy mid. Only 23. No big deal. Our green gal is better. Our opponent has decided they've had enough of our bullshit. SDM, thank you for the Hawaii 5-0. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Chat, it's not necessarily a rage quit. It's just a silver conquest. They might have had something else to do. Sometimes real life takes priority over video games. There is an OTA update coming today. Will we be freed from the grip of High Evolutionary, or did the stats not quite warrant it yet when they rolled it out last week? That's the real question. If there aren't High Evo updates today, that means we won't see High Evo updates for another 2 weeks. Use Conquest to clear quests and then leave. Yeah, but you probably don't clear quests inside of Silver, right? Use the Proving Grounds. This is a Silver Conquest. Any buffer nerf prediction other than High Evo? So, Seconder Glenn Jones had commented that they have a very long list of cards waiting for buffs. So feels like the range of things we could see. Hopefully we see like somewhere between 2 and 4 buffs today, if that's really the case. Come and get it, Fred. Hello! right, so they skipped on 1. They skipped on 4. They played on 2, 3, and 5. They're Hulk 16. I can't win. This is only 14. We needed to kill the Cyclops last turn.
Escaped.
Sif Surfer wins. Chat. We lose the Baxter building bonus and they gain it. We're gonna go -3. They're gonna go +3.
The universe shall be set right.
I think I just take my value. I think I take my value from the Elysium now. And just get rid of it. Just like get while the getting is good. Oh, that's a deep cut. I suppose we could Space Stone this off of here. I want a Lady Sif first. So that way if we draw Hela, we don't risk discarding her. We could Space Stone this reality over to here. Baxter Building Part 2, the Electric Boogaloo. Actually, maybe I'm supposed to Space Stone the reality into Mojo World?
Wind.
Okay, they're cleared it anyway, so it doesn't matter. You have a Nebula? Why would they play the Wasp this turn? Are they worried about Wave? I just do this now, right? And then next turn I can play Death. Or would I rather just like pass Infinite? This gives me Hela and Thanos as both good draws. Oh, Thanos is gone. Huh? That's so tough. It could be a Professor X, that's true. I should move this here. Well, I can move this one here, actually. We could be getting Professor X tier, yeah. Wait, what? Excuse me? Oh, I just have no idea how big their Hulk is. It's bigger than 12 though, right? Yeah, it's actually just the exact same situation as last game. The Hulk right when we lose. Gambit doesn't have anything he can hit to win the game. We have priority. I had someone comment the other day that they thought these decks were really interesting and hard to play. And they're obviously very good. And if you like playing them, no knocking you personally, but they're just so straightforward, right? Like, you win one lane with Storm or Professor X plus other cards, and then your Hulk wins the second one because it's just way bigger than what most people can deal with.
The universe shall be saved.
I would assume that high evolutionary modified cards can be updated via OTA. Would be my assumption, but I guess we don't know that with certainty, right? It's play 3 cards, win the game. It has some similarities to Old Shuri, yeah. For sure. The numbers are a little bit smaller, right? It's like 18 to 20 power Hulk as opposed to whatever it is. Opposed to like 28 stats. Surely I shall draw my hell on the last turn.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Luke Cage isn't even good against a number of the high evolutionary variations. So I think Luke Cage makes high evolutionary fine is a pretty lazy Reddit level take. Like, Luke Cage is, like, fine into this build of high evolutionary. It's not even good. It's just fine, right? Like, it's good against Cyclops. They don't always draw Cyclops. It's not, it basically doesn't do anything against the Lockjaw variation.
Destiny will arrive.
It, like, makes Wasp just be a 0 cost card, which is, like, still good. Brahma Set, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back, appreciate it. Time Stone and turn 2 this Moon Knight. Oh yeah, this particular opponent is playing Thing as well, right? Thing's not super common in this archetype, I don't believe. Or at least not in all of them, I should say. Discarded Spider-Man. Yes, I completely agree, Lord Arcade. It's crazy how Hulk is consistently like a 6/18, but Destroyer was nerfed from 16 to 15 because of similar play patterns, and that one was harder to enable. It's funny. I'm in a couple of different group chats with other Snap creators. I actually posted a message in one of them the other day that I'm old enough to remember when Destroyer was nerfed for having 16 power. I big agree with you there. I guess filling here is bad if they storm me. Discarded 2 cards. Yeah, Surfer and Infinite.
Opponent snapped.
They're gonna Professor X the middle and then plan to win the left with a Hulk. Yeah, and that's just again like that's the script we're talking about, right? You win one path with Storm into Cyclops or Daredevil into Professor X, and then I can't do anything about a Hulk. I even have priority again here, so I can't even like say, hey, let's gamble with Gambit. I can add +2 here, which is like nowhere near enough.
Escaped.
Hella cannot add cards into the center. Professor X stops things from being added there. Hella and Doctor Doom do not get into the Professor X path.
Destiny will arrive.
Therefore, give a buff to Swordmaster. Yeah, we were down by 3 in the middle. So that's also not relevant or useful. Can Hella put Jeff into a Professor X path? I think so. I actually don't know the answer to that one offhand. I would assume so, because, what's it called? Like the Bifrost and stuff can. Oh, this is it. We're busting a move. I'm gonna Killmonger into play Death into play Hella.
Wind, aid my hand.
Does the untap tracker tell you which cards your opponent has revealed? Yeah, that's these cards right here. Is my opponent's deck list that we've seen so far. So we've seen 8 of their 12 cards.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
And the Space Stone lets me move Gambit, so Hell is guaranteed to win.
Victory. Destiny will arrive.
Other card games have trackers like this one. Yep. In fact, the people who make the untap tracker they make a Hearthstone one and a Magic Arena one too. All a deck tracker is doing is writing down things you could be keeping track of on a piece of paper or a notepad file in front of you.
Wind, aid my hand.
Could this deck benefit from... Could this deck benefit from, Invisible Man? Well, you see, my mama didn't raise no coward. So I'm not scared. I don't need an Invisible Woman. There's an unnecessary timeout. Martian, if you could fix that. I'm playing for 4 cubes here. Let's go. They're gonna Professor X New York, and that's fine. Hella's gonna win us the flooded. Someone said, what the heck is this pile? This is one of the many sweet decks, and if you haven't seen it before, you can find on my YouTube channel. Post sweet deck list there 7 days a week. Thanks for the snap, bud. Thanks for the snap, bud. I think these Hella decks, to set a low bar, are actually slightly above average against these high evolutionary decks because you can get extra power into the Spider-Man and Flooded locations after the fact. Someone asked me for my thoughts on the Titan submarine. I hope all of the people that are lost there are found safe and secure. But also, like, Jeff, do you want to go 40,000 meters under sea in a thing that's completely unregulated and doesn't have safety standards attached to it? Hell fucking no, I don't. Hard pass. Thanks.
Wind, aid my hand.
$4,000 meters, whatever. Numbers and shit. Lady Sif into Silver Surfer here. I feel... I feel like being a billionaire must do something to your brain. Or maybe like your brain has to be a certain way in order for you to become a billionaire to begin with. Because like, if I was one of the richest people in the world, spending my money on underground submarines that aren't well tested and buying Twitter would be so far down the list of things I'd be interested in doing. Just like unbelievably far down, right? Hey chat, do we 2-0'd high evolutionary decks with this, right? This is I punted our first round of gold, but we 2-0'd on our redemption arc through silver. If you haven't seen this deck before, we actually got an Infinity Conquest ticket with this deck earlier. I also featured it on the YouTube channel with some ladder matches. We've been playing this deck for the last couple of weeks now. It's very amusing. Like I said, the mix of Storm and Spider-Man mean that Hela actually is pretty good at getting into those locations now. Obviously, healthy amount of variance, but that's what it is. All right, we're moving on to our next viewer conquest submission now. If you have your own viewer conquest deck you would like to submit, if you're a sub to the channel, you can do that for 20 USD following the instructions here. Let's get this next one loaded up. All right, Bootman said I should consider slotting Shang-Chi in here somewhere, which is probably a good take. Any ET on the OT. The OT could be literally any minute. Sometimes they pop off like already, and sometimes they're not till like after 1 o'clock. Hey, Harkado, thank you for the brand new Prime. Getting us closer to our sub goal for the month. Appreciate it. Yeah, Max is probably the card. He's just like a cheap odd rate thing we could play. I think that's a good take. Kitty's kind of interesting here too. Wave's a tech card. Yeah, so Kitty is not good with our Wave and not good with our Doctor Doom. I would assume this deck is like 0% into bounce without Wave. Would be my assumption. I assume this Wave is a break glass in case of bounce deck card that you just like need to have in this in the conquest format. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna cut Max for Shang. Let's dive on in. Time to make an OTA command. OT updates happen anytime after 8 a.m. PT. There has been a lot of variation in when they drop with no notes or notice in advance. That covers it. I like that there's a deck confirmation dialogue when I'm going in. Give me an extra stupid check in there. 'Cause I am in fact stupid.
Opponent snapped.
Opponent snapped. So, in the dark, I think I'm supposed to retreat an Elysium snap without waving my opener. Is the TLDR? All the viewer deck submissions we do are gold conquest. If they lose the first round, I'll take them into silver if it was a short game. But generally speaking, we're playing gold. A Seabass came back from 2 to 10 in gold conquest with your bounce stack. Nice. It's always very satisfying. Hey, look, my read was correct. So if I'm planning to wave, I'm gonna snap them back here. I have wave on 5. Isn't losing the extra cube worth the extra information you get for why they snapped? I mean, very clearly, I think the answer to that question is no. That's why I retreated. That's one of those things where, like, your question has an implied answer based on the actions that I took. And do this, and then next turn we like wave plus kitty, or we wave plus something else. We're hoping to draw Dr. Doom here since we're on the wave plan. They're on Valk. That's a good one to know about. Spider Ham not adding cards to the deck tracker is annoying. Gotta write that one down. Heyo! That's the best draw, right? This is why Wave and Dr. Doom are in here. Just like wave into Doom with any amount of early pressure just beats the bounce deck if they're not playing around it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. No! Oh no! Holy shit. Oh, I gotta remember to mute this bitch every game now. Hey, Glow, welcome to a live one. Glad you enjoy the YouTube content. Hey, Silly Cheese, thanks for the 53 months. I appreciate the support. Folks like you make my job possible. I think it's best to buy every token Tuesday or save for the 7,500 gold bundle. You can always come into my chat and type !bundle to get a full breakdown on my latest thoughts on which bundles are worthwhile, along with some numbers to accompany that calculation. Yep, I assume we're done here. Yeah, I should technically flip-flop these, so we're +3 here. I can't Snapchat. We're in for 1 cube. That's all we have. I'm gonna be curious to see if the bounce deck gets hit in the OTA update again today too. I think the bounce deck is easily the best non-high Evo deck. And Pig made it better. I think the beast nerf was well warranted. If the bounce deck was as easy to play as the high evolutionary deck, I think there's a good chance it would be just as popular. The bounce deck is just really, really mechanically difficult to play. I just got the hang of playing the bounce deck and it feels like you're playing a different game. Yeah. It's very, very, very different than the just play big thing decks. What's being OTA'd? We don't know. We don't get patch notes in advance.
Clear for takeoff. Opponent snapped.
I'm saying in for 4. I have 14 in the middle. We win if they lead her. That's not true. They'll get a Gamora that's powered up. I'm gonna leave. We lose to Destroyer. We lose to Infinite. We lose to High Evo Hulk. We lose to Orca. We lose to so many cards they can play in the middle here. The Electro deck means a bunch of 6-drops are good. Is there a link to the bounce deck? The bounce deck was the highlight on the YouTube channel 2 days ago. Yesterday? It was yesterday. Yeah, Spank and Bounce is the new build with Pig in it. Yeah, you just make a donation at the donate link and include a link to the deck in the comment. Oh, there's Electro Sandman. Okay. That's fine for us. Wilker! Thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Thanks for keeping me around. Is Sandman the definition of low cube equity? Yes. Typically, you're not getting more than 2 cubes of Sandman. That's an accurate statement. Hey, thanks for the biddies, Blue Cat.
Escaped.
Is Spider-Ham a must-play in disruptive decks? I don't know. I think Spider-Ham's a must-play in decks that are playing Beast. So you can leverage that effect more than once to get some extra information with it. Obviously, we'll play Kitty Pryde here just to get her going, but she's obviously very, very bad against their Wave Sandman deck, so not a card we're going to prioritize getting points into. We'll just play it when it's free. I want to play into Asgard, so we'll pull Nebula over here. My wife and I make new characters in Diablo when the season drops. I haven't decided yet. We don't have all the details of what seasonal stuff looks like just yet. I guess I'm doing this to have the best chance to draw here. Okay, so they lost their Dr. Doom. Their Jeff can notably still move here, though. We can't snap here because if they want to limp in for one more cube, we'll let them. Yeah, whenever your opponent is a good chance they're going to retreat anyways, you should just leave. Or you should just let them limp, because if they talk themselves into giving you one more cube, that's fine. Yeah, Professor X inside of Sandman, I agree, I don't think it's very good. I think Sandman's okay, and I think Professor X is very good, but the two of them together, I don't think makes a lot of sense. Titan is much better for them than it is for us. Likelihood you draw Vulture this game, challenge level impossible, right? I'll put Miles mid for Professor X. That's a good thought. Yeah, like, I think that's a good thought. They could also be playing a 6-drop this turn, though, because of Titan and Electro. The Conquest medals and tickets carry over to the next seasons. No. Unused Conquest medals and tickets turn into boosters at the end of the season. Use them or lose them. Syntax error. Thanks for the 20 months. I think we're in an okay spot here. I don't know. Could go either way. New York gamble. You have priority and they have Shang. Ooh, that's a good thought. Oh, I don't think we can win then, right? Yeah, I needed, the person that said we should Miles middle to player up Professor X on 4 was a good call. They could have also have ended up Professor Xing the left, but I didn't play for their coin flip at all, and I should have played for the coin flip. To the people suggesting I play Gwen and Vulture in that last game, I'd really encourage you to think about how many spaces I had at every location if you think that that works. All right, dodge the danger room. Let's just go more into Doom here. They could X-ray. Yeah, maybe. I just can't beat an Odin. I feel like I have to shoot my shot. Come and get it. I think Dr. Doom's prevalence is a symptom of the metagame more than... I think Dr. Doom's prevalence is a symptom of the metagame. Kitty plus Shang, Kitty Polaris. Does Kitty Polaris win it? It's 11, 21. Yeah, Kitty Polaris would have beat Odin. That's fair. I think Dr. Doom's... All right, this is me telling you I understand I missed this line on the Odin. And then what? So I play these two middle, and then they play fucking something else here, and I die? Like, stop it. I get it. I said I can't beat Odin, that I could have beaten Odin, and they had Odin, but they could have also done other things to win the game still. What's the word I'm searching for? Finishing thoughts. I think Dr. Doom and his kind of prevalence is somewhat a symptom of the metagame. And let's talk about why for a second. So there are 2 or 3 things in the metagame that I think contribute to Dr. Doom being super prevalent. The first is that this high, that is the wrong one, is the Evo control zone category. The first is that this high evolutionary control deck is super popular, and other variations of decks playing Storm and Spider-Man are popular, makes Dr. Doom better. The next thing, the most popular deck at the moment is this Lockjaw deck, and Dr. Doom goes into Lockjaw's path very easily, is another thing that's worth noting. The next thing, did I have a donation come through? I did have a donation. I have 2 donations came through. I missed them. Sorry. Apologies. Dee Dee, your donation doesn't have a deck link with it. Hackeron, I have yours. And then we are going to be done with submissions for now, since we have 2 waiting to be played, in case we have OT updates soon. The next thing. So obviously, Dr. Doom is good into this, and Dr. Doom is good with the Lockjaw deck. So those 2 things both contribute to Dr. Doom being good. The third thing that makes Dr. Doom really good is the bounce deck. And this is one that's not straightforward, right? It's like, oh, why does the bounce deck make Dr. Doom good? Well, the reason why the bounce deck makes Dr. Doom good is because the bounce deck being good means people have to play Wave as a tech card. Sarah control too. Sarah and bounce both being good means Wave has to be played as a tech card. And Doom is the absolute best thing you can do when your opponent waves you on turn 5. So all of those things kind of come together to be like, oh, this is very clearly and easily the best thing you can be doing in all these situations, so it's everywhere. I don't know that you could change Dr. Doom while keeping him playable and really reduce his play rate while all those other things are true. Like, It feels like he's we've had metagames where Doctor Doom didn't see play. And then we have the current one where it's just everywhere because of like all of these factors, right? Yeah, Spider Pig is a new card that gives you some counterplay into Doctor Doom. But it only goes from, especially like when you're playing against this deck, right? Like Spider Pig is rarely hitting Doctor Doom here, and sometimes it's hitting cards that are actively bad for you to hit with it. Jackie, thank you for the 39 months. I appreciate the over 3 years. And Thorborg, thanks for the half a year. Dee Dee, did you have a deck link for me in chat? There was no deck link included with your submission. Yours will be up after Harkon. Let's grab theirs and head back on into another gold conquest today. Oh, speaking of Sarah, in fact, speaking of Doctor Doom, so I think this is the Sarah deck list I had recommended. This one is from your best decks video for Conquest. Yes. Okay, so let's pull this deck list up here. God, these menus are so slow and clunky. One of the things I had recommended doing in the Sarah deck in my best decks video is I would never recommend that you play Doctor Doom in this deck on the ladder. However, in Conquest, where you're frequently going to be locked into a 5 to 10 match game with your opponent waving you on turn 5, I think you're supposed to play Doctor Doom in this deck in Conquest. Just because being able to have them wave you and you just being like, yeah, here's my Doom is so good. And again, that's not to mention his ability to get into hard to reach locations. I've also been playing Doom in my Sarah Conquest deck. Yeah, I think it's just right. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Doom needs a nerf. I think Doom's power level is largely symptomatic of the current format in which we exist. Yeah, Doctor Doom is also pork protection for Sarah. Sarah doesn't enjoy being porked yet. She's dating Angela. Is my understanding of the Marvel Vorthos. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Can I get a flavor judge on that? They're married. Look at that. I remembered correctly. You are a mod, Wilker. One of the reasons why we have so many mods is I give 12-month subscribers a mod sword. I figure if you've given me money for 12 months, you know how things work around here. You are in no way obligated to do anything mod related, but you're also welcome to deliver timeout requests when people ask for them. Do I snap Sarah on Onslaught Citadel? I think so, right? I also have Patriot Doctor Doom, which is kind of hilarious. Do I kill Killmonger here? Or do I save it for the last turn? This will be 4. I think I want to set up for Doom Patriot on the last turn. I've been a mod for a year, and I've never done anything mod-related. I'm almost as bad at my fake job as I am my real job. If I have Lockjaw and Thor in my hand on turn 3, which do I play? If you have Wasp, you play what's it called? Oh my god, they played Teenage Warhead, and I have double Doctor Doom. Oh my god, they played Teenage Warhead, and I have double Doctor Doom. Oh baby. Oh baby. And we have the Camp Lehi Patriot here too. This is gross. Hey, new Preeb, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. I don't need Patriot the Citadel, right? We're good. Yeah, they're 10 balls. They're 10 balls either way. Oh, no, I wanted to play them both into the Angela path. Oh! Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I'm dumb. Why did I think? Chat, I'm talking and clicking. In my brain, Doctor Doom was making 2 Doom bots. Why was Doctor Doom making 2 Doom bots in my brain? So I was talking about everything being doubled? Yeah. I should talk it out so chat can correct me. I think because we're a Shang-Chi deck, I only need 1 Gamma Lab. So I'm gonna save the Mysterio for after I Bishop. Although I suppose with New York, maybe that's not true. It could go either way. Yeah, I gotta leave because we didn't draw Shang-Chi. They're cube. This is why we also play a Silver Conquest in case my brain is bad and we punt the gold. I need to sleep more, chat. Too many late nights playing Diablo 4.
Opponent snapped.
I think London's better for them than it is for us.
Escaped.
I think this is Angela to Bishop on the Baxter building. I could be overcommitting them. I'm gonna snap them with the Bishop Nova Killmonger into the Misty Knight here. I think we're ahead. Hey, Wandering Ovid, thanks for the 10 months, appreciate it. I did not enjoy Diablo 3 really much at all, Jin. I played it, and then I played the campaign and then didn't touch it. I like Diablo 4 a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you played Diablo 2 or like Diablo 2. It's definitely closer to 2 than 3. Waving potentially going into my Sarah turn is interesting. I'm planning to Killmonger this turn to clear the Nova out, but... Interesting play from the opponent for sure. So fucking bad at drawing Shang-Chi, chat. Spending our bottom fucking 3 cards every game.
Escape.
They don't play left, Enchantress wins Baxter Building. Maybe that's the gamble. Just because we're down so many cubes. Feels like Doctor Doom is likely out of them though, right? Did we beat Doctor Doom? Did Enchantress left beat Doctor Doom? So bad for me. Enchantress left did not beat Doctor Doom. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good then. That's kind of unfortunate. I was hoping to hit Monkey this turn, but I guess now I don't have to do it in advance. We'll just play our Doctor Doom out. Is Shang-Chi once more. We might be able to overpower this Hulk Copio. They also have a New York Shuffle, though. The monkey is 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 20. Yeah, that one's here. All right. Or Shang is cursed. Yeah, I think we're winning anyways, though, right? All right. Slow and steady. I'm gonna play Angela right here because I want to be able to play 3-drops into her path and have them bounce over to Asteroid M. And obviously we can't play her mid. I think we just murder Misty here before they can play something for her to pump. Only getting a little bit of Nova value, but I think that's fine. Hey, Roth, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I think I'm supposed to play around wave by just doing this. If I play Sarah and they wave me, I could lose potentially. I think we're far enough ahead that we just do this and just like make sure we're decently ahead in every path. This beat Doctor Doom? It does. This beats Doctor Doom. This beats Hulk. This could lose to Doom plus Wasp. No, this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This loses to Doom plus Wasp middle. Oh, this loses to Hulk left plus Wasp middle. I could figure out how to put the whole deck code in the deck social page. You need to post it on a community site. Pow bam zap. Yeah, it's been a rough last couple of days for Conquest. Winterfell, thank you for the quarter of year. Welcome back. DD, if you are hanging out in chat, I still have not gotten a deck list link from you. If you sent it, I apologize. I did not see it. We're playing and watching chat at the same time. Any recommendation on how you nerf Evo? You take some of the high evolutionary cards, you take numbers off of them. I mean, we've definitely been playing bad decks into mostly high evolutionary, so that definitely doesn't help. We're essentially a bad deck stream. And it's harder to play bad decks in Conquest than it is to play bad decks on the ladder. Conquest is a less forgiving format because it is lower variance. Hey, Rock, thanks for the 2 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. we just do this, and then we Sarah next turn. Oh, it's a big oof. Yeah, I can have someone convert that into something I can use, Diggy. Thank you. Or just dead, right? Says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm only going to 26 here. It's actually just impossible for me to draw Shang-Chi. Just like playing all of these matchups where they auto lose to Shang-Chi. I think I'm snapping here. I think our hint is good. We've got Sarah. We've got Angela Kitty Pride. We probably fill the raft before they do. Oh, God. Holy shit, chat. For fuck's sake. I should have gone Sentinel last turn into Kitty Sentinel this turn to fill the raft. If I play Sarah in the middle, it guarantees I don't have priority next turn, which is nice. I think we're still good here. I think we're still good here.
Opponent snapped.
This plays for all three, right? This plays for all three? Maybe I should do this the other way so my what's it called gets bigger here. Shang left covers Giganto too. Yeah, I'm already winning the mid with Angela Monsieur. There's no reason to Shang there. We could lose the Spectrum. Yeah, maybe. That's probably what's happening. But yeah, they're playing it off Benedek. Are we good? I think we're good. Kitty's 6, Hitmonkey's huge. How big is the monkey? God! This is where it starts to turn around, chat. This is where it starts to turn around.
Victory.
Hey, Synergy, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Thanks for working us up towards our sub goal and keeping me around. When the second Doom flipped up, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I was How'd I get their cubes in the pile?
Victory.
Any viable decks that include Quake? Quake is unfortunately just not a playable Marvel Snap card. So you can be like a cute gotcha card, but if you said, Jeff, is there any deck list where you consider Quake to be an optimal inclusion? My answer would be no. Obviously, card games have a lot of variants, and you can do as you please. You can win plenty of games with that card in your deck, but in general, not a very good card. Yeah, I got the Angela variant when I was on vacation, actually. 7 months later. Not bad. Speaking of Angela and Sarah from earlier, chat, they'll be reunited here this game. Quake would be great as a swap this location with one of the other locations. Yeah, that could be cool. Just some amount of more control. They could even like nerf her power if they gave her more control, but as is, she just leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah, their ice men have been on point. I mean, they're in for one cube, chat. We'd probably retreat here if we weren't playing. Retreating doesn't do anything. We're finishing the game. The question is how. This is smaller than Hitmonkey, right? No, it's the same. They have priority, so like maybe. Oh, it's another 3 drop, so I assume we're dead. 2 drop, yeah. Yeah, there's never any reason to retreat here. I put it as all in. Do you have any thoughts on a Kang rework? I think Kang's design is one that, if it was playable and popular, it would make the game worse, so I'm glad it's terrible. Thank goodness. Could they give it a different text box so it's not terrible? Yeah, sure. I think making cards that are bad better is fine. But anything that's adding another turn to the game, I think is pretty awkward in a game that's, like, focused on games that are quick. Hey, Alida, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate the support. Thanks for helping us make it up towards our sub goal. Our deck kind of sucks with Quantum Tunnel. Maybe I'm just supposed to ignore it. I don't know. Nova's not worth a ton. I think their last card is Chavez? Could be. Killmonger on the Iceman on the last turn's probably pretty decent for us. Sarah's better for me than it is for them, right? Not close. Hobgoblin was their last card. Opponent is really cooking.
All systems go.
If we're a true professional, Nova's gonna flip out of this this Mysterio in the Quantum Tunnel and power everything up. I think we actually need the Nova hit to win, right? Yeah. I guess we could win the right still technically, but seems unlikely. Oh wait, no, we're good? We're good actually, right, with the Mysterio?
Victory.
A 3x value win. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Ooh, candy. We go Kitty into Angela Kitty. I was about to ask if I snap them, but the hood makes me think they're the bounce deck, which probably means it's not great for us. If they are the bounce deck, managing priority will be a big deal here. I think I play into the same path for the sake of priority. It's close though. I wanna spread out Bishop, but ideally I don't want to be going first on turn 6. What if I Kitty and nothing else just for the sake of not having priority? I could get Shang-Chi on the right. Maybe I should have done nothing for the sake of not letting Angela get Shang-Chi. That's actually probably what I should have done. I think we're winning this most of the time. They Shang-Chi me. They go to 3. And then this is like, say this is like +4. It was like +4, so then that's, let's say this goes up to 10, 13. I'm gonna have -7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We could lose here. I'm gonna stay. Oh, they had Shang-Chi and Mysterio. Brutal. Yeah, we're gonna lose this by 1. Oh, Mysterio gets us. Rip. Oh my god, they have Hit Monkey too? Just the actual Stone Cold Nuts. Yeah, we lose the right by 1 like we calculated. Would we have won the game by not playing? If I would have passed on 4, I think we win the game. Or on 5. Maybe not playing Sarah was too cute. I didn't have Hitmonkey and Mysterio though. Chat, you want to know one of my dirty little secrets? You want to know one of the reasons why... You want to know one of the reasons why we're mostly a bad deck stream? Is because I find playing mirror matches like this very uninteresting. There's not, like... Yeah, they had Sarah, Hitmonkey, and Mysterio, right? Like... Yeah, their play just would have been different, right? Like, I would have beaten the way they played out there if I would have played Kitty somewhere else, but I probably still wouldn't have won the game. Oh, I didn't think they'd go all in on the kitties this turn. Maybe I should have killmongered. They played the demon out too. Why not wait to turn 6 to Killmonger? Because there's a chance going into turn 6 that, there's a chance going into turn 6 that my opponent's gonna have priority, or that I'm gonna have priority. Yeah, there's no way Kitty lives, is accurate. I think we do this. This enough? Probably not. I guess if they're on Shang-Chi, maybe it's enough. Just like, there's just like so many permutations of the way this could play out here. We double Enchantress as well. Sure, I should be +2 in the middle. And like even that game where I won, right? Like I don't really feel like I outplayed them. It's just like we both threw a bunch of random shit at the board and more of mine stuck. I had monkey that game and they didn't. Fatigo, thank you for the 7 months, by the way. Appreciate that. I think I missed that one. Having hit monkey when the opponent doesn't is a skill diff. That's true. That's true. How many Infinity tickets do I currently have? 7 or 8. putting Mysterio into Jotun early. It's good for us. They have Kitty Pride with their Angela, though. Look at that. Lovely. Lovely. They added, Magic Online Leagues to Marvel Snap, essentially, Birthing Potter. And the tickets let you free to play your way up from the bottom. Is the base explanation of it. So there's like a 1-match league, a 2-match league, a 3-match league, and you can pay gold to get right into the higher ones, but you can also spend dollars to start there right away. I guess the Mysterio into Jotunheim is going to let them throw priority here. They're playing Beast. That's interesting. You still have to mute your opponent every round of Conquest, only if you don't want them to emote you. Angelo was always going to be in Shang range. The opponents played this game well to not have priority. We are never getting around our Angela being in Shang range. Our opponents made really good choices this game. They've played it pretty well. This monkey is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13. I'm going to 18 here. That's not enough, right?
Opponent snapped.
Has to be the 1 cube.
Escape.
Oh, I guess the other part of the explanation, Potter, depending on how long you've been away, are you familiar with Marvel Snap's battle mode? Because the matches aren't like regular ladder matches. It uses the battle mode format where each player has 10 health. Well, the problem isn't just Shang-Chi. The problem is that they're also winning the left, right? Okay, we're gonna explicitly not want to play for the Baxter building. That helps us avoid having priority. Play off to the right. It is worth noting that I recommended this deck as a deck before Spider-Ham came out. And I do think this deck and Discard are the 2 decks that suffered the most from Spider-Ham's addition to the game. I think there's a good chance that Sarah will not be a deck that I recommend in the short term. This build, like, at least has Doctor Doom to catch some pork for you on occasion, but even even that's like really just not what you want to be doing, right? They're so much better at having Sarah those. I guess they pinged our Sarah. Doesn't Infinite baiting Spider Hand sound good? Yeah, the problem is then you have an Infinite in your deck for the rest of the games if you don't get Spider Hand. So yeah, playing a deck that wants to play Infinite is fine. But just putting Infinite in a random deck, hoping you run into ham decks is not good deck building. Yeah, I'd bet the opponent's last card is Chavez. I've seen people putting Shang and stuff into this archetype.
I am Iron Man.
They changed the music. They only changed the music inside of the new battle mode. That's still the same for the ladder. The music is too loud. We've been streaming Snap at this music volume level for 3 hours today and like 6 or 7 hours yesterday. The audio, nobody else has complained about the audio balance, so I'm gonna assume it's a you problem. Huh? We did throw priority, which is good. That's true. I think it's just like this. Well, I guess I want to do this, because if I'm getting rid of the hood, I want more points over here. Oh, Kitty's technically bigger than Hitmonkey, yeah? It's a good shout. I don't know if they'd seen Shang-Chi out of us yet. Oh, I forgot Killmonger was gonna jump. That's fine though.
Victory.
Did we play Shang? Maybe. Probably. But a lot of games are all starting to blur. All right, we got to win one of the next two. Oh yeah, we did Shang did Valor. Good show. Our hand's solid. Okay. I like this for last game of the set. It's pig resistant. It is. Yeah, I think I'd be snapping here if we weren't already all in. I think it's kind of messed up that if your opponent has 1 cube left, high stakes takes you from 2 on a loss. No, I disagree with that, actually. I think coming back from a big deficit is already challenging inside of battle mode. And if you couldn't always win 2 cubes during high stakes, it would be nigh impossible. I have no idea why they played Pig into Bar Sinister. Truly, truly bizarre choice. I don't know. Maybe they just it's worth thinking. We've had a lot of talking and clicking moments ourselves today, chat. Just kind of is what it is. We all make mistakes. All right, 2-1 with the Sarah deck. Not terrible. Not terrible. On to our next viewer submission, which is this is an interesting idea. Oh, wrong button. So, this is card for card the stock bounce deck, but it's playing leader for beating wave decks. What do you do with Teenage Warhead? I don't think Teenage Warhead is currently playable in the current metagame. I think it's not. Teenage Warhead is bad against bounce decks and is bad against Doctor Doom, which is like most of your format. Yeah, that's a good question. Is Shang better than Leader? Maybe. I also don't know how I feel about giving up Chavez. Let's hop on into our Gold Conquest and see how it goes. Obviously, the bounce deck is good. And this is the bounce deck changed by 1 card. So I expect this deck to be reasonable regardless of that 1 card. The question I'm mostly going to be looking to answer as we play is, does Leader do anything worth noting? Yeah, it's true. Leadering High Evolutionary Hulk is not great, right? It's good. It's good for, it's good for copying Doctor Doom, though. We should hopefully hear an update on weekend mission stuff today, is my understanding. Someone has thoughts on Silk. I think Silk is a very good 2 energy card that's also very replaceable in most of the decks you would play her in. I think if you pick her up, you will have lots of opportunities to play with her, but I also wouldn't put a high priority on getting her. Negative? No, they're likely the bounce deck as well. I guess they could be negative in theory, but I think the bounce deck is more likely. We'll find out. We'll find out this turn, but my hand's pretty solid. I'm sticking around through the snap here. Yeah, it looks like bounce. Oh gosh, this is the beast. Is that what they're doing here? Yep. I think Silk is a super fun card. Agree with that. I realized that bounce decks are playing Iron Man. Yeah, bounce decks have been playing Iron Man and Shang-Chi is common in a number of meta bounce lists. Why Falcon the Kitty? Why not Falcon the Kitty? Is a better question. What is leaving the kitty on the board do for me that's positive? You want to see my preferred bounce deck? Bacon Bounce was a deck list video I posted on the YouTube channel a couple of days ago. That is still my preferred list. Yeah, with them getting to Double Monkey, we're probably dead here. I'm playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is going to 20. And this is 22. And then I'm going 14, 18 here up to 21. So I'm at 21 and 22. And they have a 0 cost Kitty Pride to win middle. Definitely can't stay.
Escape.
The OTAs are not live yet. For people that are new to the channel, anytime there's Marvel Snap upcoming news, you can always look at my title while I'm live to find out where we're at with that. Hi guys, I really don't like this game and I don't know why. You know what's a perfectly normal thing to be doing? Coming into a live stream chat for a game that by your own admission you don't like and letting people know that you don't like it. I, a perfectly normal human being, do that quite frequently as opposed to just playing a game that I like and watching streams of games that I like. That just means they like you and not the game. Eh. You dead? I'm feeling kind of dead. I choose to do things I don't like regularly. It's why I look at conservative media to get angry. Mood. There's +6 here up to 14. Maybe that's enough. It could be right to just give this up here though too. We just play for it, and then if we lose it, we retreat. Are they also Bodaki or Monkey Egg plus Mysterio? Their real Mysterio is left. I'm just gonna leave.
Escape.
This definitely feels like a matchup where leader doesn't have any text. The mirror match. Bad. The only thing leader has done in any of these games is absorb my opponent's monkeys. I think if I was going to play a card that did that, I would rather it be something other than leader. Like, I think I'd rather play like a Shang-Chi. I think Shang-Chi is probably better for that purpose. It like is useful outside of just eating pork. Them burning their Well, I was about to say I think we should snap. But now I don't know.
Opponent snapped. Escape.
Yeah, with them having Iron Man in their deck, I don't think we can. Iron Man. Iron Man's not in the tracker, but we pigged it earlier. The tracker's not currently tracking pigs. I'm gonna snap the, what is this? 4, 10, 11 power bast. Slightly above average. I don't want to re-pick up Spider Ham. I'm gonna play Hood on the right, so that way if we draw Beast next turn, I can go Kitty Beast on the right. The Shang's not gonna accomplish anything for us, because it's gonna eat their Spider Pig. That they're gonna play back out here in a minute. I put in place a monkey. The bounce deck's not playable. This bounce deck is not playable without monkey, chat. I think the Darkhawk variation of the deck is okay, but the Darkhawk variation changes out a few other cards to make Darkhawk work. Because you gotta fit in Korg and Black Widow. I don't think you could reasonably just take one of these stock lists and sub monkey. It's pretty integral to what the deck is looking to do. We pigged their Shang, and the Daily Bugle gave us a non-pig Shang. No, that is not accurate. Daily Bugle gave us a Shang, and then we pigged it after the fact. Falcon's gonna bring back this, and this to my hand, so my hand's gonna be full. Another season, and your videos and gameplay helped me get to infinite. Hey, Kryptonian, congrats, and thank you for the tip.
Opponent snapped.
Opponent wants to play for all my cubes. Hit Monkey is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13. And I'm gonna go to... Well, they don't have Shang. We pigged their Shang. I just want to play hard for the middle. I'm just gonna play hard for the middle and punt the right. It might be right to think that they're punting the left and that I'm supposed to play my 3 power in the middle. good. They did, in fact, throw the left. I probably should have played my Spider-Ham in the center.
Victory.
All right, just like that, we're 5-5 with their push there. Kryptonian, did you have a Conquest deck you wanted to see, by the way? If you did, slide into my DMs and let me know. Throw stuff on the board meta is not fun. Well, this isn't the only deck you can play in this format. There are plenty of good decks you can play in this format, so if this one isn't one that you find fun, you should play one that you find fun.
Have that.
The Lockjaw deck is very good. I think we're definitely staying in, and I think if we stay in, we do this. We just, like, bail out his Dark Tower and just spread the power out. You think we're supposed to play for all three, Steric? I think I just want to focus in. I want to just bail on where they're strongest and... Is this your game, opponent? Or would you like to see another hand? Alright, this is their game. Why not play Pig? Same cost of power, doesn't pick up the cards. The Falcon picking up the cards made the collector bigger. Have I been enjoying Star Rail? Yeah! Yeah, I pulled for what's her name? I pulled for the hacker, and I am mostly through the museum content. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm supposed to put collector into the negative zone here. Yeah, Silver Wolf. All right. That didn't work anyways. What if we go Hood into Falcon? I like it. Is Ham worth 3K? The only cards that are worth buying with your collector's tokens are the permanently Series 5 big bad cards. Any other cards you want to buy past those are subjective and personal preference. Buy things that spark joy. If you are a Honkai enjoyer, we have a pretty active channel in the subs Discord server you should definitely check out. It's a good time. You didn't know some cards were permanently Series 5. That means you don't keep up on my YouTube channel. Every single month, I put out an updated Series 4-5 tier list with thoughts on which cards are good, bad, or otherwise. Includes updates and reminders of which cards are perpetually Series 5. Oh, I bastard my demon. Yeah. talking and clicking. I'll blame Star Rail on that one. Listen, chat, if you've never basted your own demon, you haven't played the bounce deck enough. Yeah, but we aren't talking and clicking when you do it. Yeah, you aren't streaming when you make a mistake and do that. But at the same time, how often are you playing Marvel Snap? And Marvel Snap is the absolute only thing that you're doing. Pretty rare, right? Never. Yeah. Most people are doing multiple things when they're playing Snap. It's not their undivided attention. There's a reason why when I'm streaming like tournament stuff on a delay or whatever, I turn the chat off. Yeah, this is where I would put my Chavez if I had one. I suppose if I was +3 on the left from a demon, we'd have won this. So this is my bad, but won it exactly here. We gotta win 2 now, 2 in a row for 2 to 3. So I like Leo. It's like, I do not. If we lose this match, I will not be playing another leader in this deck is not good. I cannot think of a single problem this archetype has that is solved by adding leader to it. I think there is potentially merit to some of the miscellaneous other cards people like playing in this archetype, such as Shang-Chi or Iron Man or others. But I honestly just can't think of a single reason as to why I would put leader in this deck. Yeah, I think if you want a card that's doing something similar to what I would expect leader to be doing, I would recommend putting Dr. Doom in the deck is probably fine. Hey, welcome back, James. Good to have you around again. I think I play Collector middle, and then we go Hood, Hitmonkey here on 4, and then we beast them on 5, and then we play them out on 6. Die if they have a copy of Spider Ham. Yeah, they haven't hammed us yet, though.
Clear for takeoff.
So the problem with leader into wave. The problem with leader into wave is leader into wave isn't even good against like Big Hulk, right? Because we probably didn't pass as many turns with unspent energy as they did. It's like okay into opposing Dr. Doom is the only one I can think of, but it's like at that rate, I'd rather just play my own Dr. Doom. All right, I put my monkey left, so hopefully we're good to go then. Yeah. Wow, they had ham on 4 and just didn't play it? Weird. I guess they wanted to save it for their hit monkey. All right, it all comes down to this one. You bastards, you're demon again. That's true. That's true. Mindscape in the decider here. I think Ham is a very, very good Marvel Snap card. It is likely going to be a format staple. I think long term, there's probably less Spider Ham than you're currently seeing because it's currently shiny and new. I'd like to dedicate this pig to Camp Lehigh. Shoutouts. The swap with Collector is good for you. I don't believe Collector gets bigger for Mindscape. If I recall correctly. Oh, I can't beast next turn, right? So what if we beast this turn? I don't want to ham a good card, but I'm also handing them a 1 energy, 3 power thing. By not giving them a huge kitty. No, Mindscape happens and then kitty returns. For the sake of people that don't understand that interaction. Ooh, clever. They even played around their own Shang-Chi. GG. Yeah, it was a pretty good game, but for who is the question? I think we're good, right? They just like chop it. I just need to make sure I beat the real Mysterio everywhere. Assuming they just like play Chavez down. This is 10, 14, 13. I'm gonna put Kitty here, so that way we beat +3 here. I think we're beating their Chavez, right? It's actually worth noting that we're winning this game because they didn't, or we're potentially winning this game because our deck didn't have Chavez in it and we were able to draw Mysterio on the last turn. Oh, they played mid all. Okay, there's this. If the real Mysterio is right or center, I guess it can't be both though, right? My brain couldn't count fast enough to figure out how that was gonna go for us. Big Eds, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back, appreciate it. Man, we were down 10-5 at one point this game. Maybe we'll get a matchup where leader feels not useless here in a second. All right. We're not done streaming by any means today. We're finishing this league. We've got an OTA update. We're gonna play new decks after whatever they OTA update. Biggins, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. And Zeus Marcius, thank you for the brand new prem. I need to run to the restroom really quick though. I'm gonna hit an ad roll because I'm stepping away. Be back in like 90 seconds. Thanks for hanging out today. Don't go anywhere, folks. Someone said that one should be a YouTube highlight. So, the problem is, I mentioned not enjoying playing mirror matches. A lot of people don't like watching mirror matches either. That game had some solid back and forth and like us clawing back, but I would bet that would be a video that doesn't perform well. Snap the old sunspot in a murder world. Probably high Evo something or other, so they could... They could be like Storm here, but...
This just in.
Confirmed high Evo. They got our copy of Demon, brutal. Your video the other day with the crazy ending is one of my favorite videos you've ever had. Such a great content. I agree. I think that's one of the best sets. One of the best sets I've ever played. It was really, really, really good. We could get waved this turn. We could also get Spider-Man. I can't really play around Spider-Man middle, but I can play around Spider-Man right.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Does this beat Hulk? Is this leader's moment to shine? Is it his comeback arc, chat?
Victory.
We are on a heater. All right, chat, we're gonna start taking back some of the terrible things we said about leader during the bounce spear. Oh, you know, maybe I should play the Bast here. We can bounce it with Falcon anyways. Hey, just Zoe for now. Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. I'm gonna draw a 1-drop here. Any of the cards in our deck are fine, but a 1-drop would be ideal. Kitty is 1 smaller, but Bishop's 1 bigger with this line, which I think is ideal.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They Spider-Man my collector Bishop path. I mean, I think it's just leader Bast, right? No! Rip. Rip.
Victory.
Breaker, give me some news. I got 1 point over you. Calculated leader never loses. That's true, chat. We're on a heater. We're about to take them to class. We are the winner.
Opponent snapped.
Play for all of it. We haven't seen if they have Luke Cage yet, that's true. Let's play for all of it. District X. All right, nerds. Got me.
Victory.
We 10-0'd him, chat. We 10-0'd him. Oh no, did leader break it? I owe, is it Diddly? I think it was Diddly. I owe Diddy. I owe Diddy just like the biggest apology. We were just shitting over leader so much in the first set because it was terrible in the mirror. And we just like, they are deep underground, chat. Just the deepest underground you can possibly be. Glenn Jones is frantically scrambling to nerf leader in the over-the-air update that's going out momentarily. He watched that game and he was just like, this is not okay. Cut that shit out. That's actually kind of scary, right? They're not a casual Deadpool enjoyer, chat. You think we do this? Spreading Deadpool and Wolverine is interesting. Wonder what the angle is there. Chat, they are baked. They are cooking. Listen, chat, you see how much Deadpool they've played? That was not, that lane split there was not an accident. They knew precisely what they were doing. All right, hopefully they Killmonger this turn. We do have priority here, which means I can't count on my 1 energy cards living. So we need to play with Mysterio and Hitmonkey to be our strong suit. Their Deadpool is 10, so ideally I want to be beating 10 on the left and the right without my 1-drops. Oh, he's 12. Yeah, he's 12. Good call. They're leaving. Okay. I think we're good there. I have to sit here and count it out. How long until the OTA update? You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit, shit. It's ready when it's ready, and not before or not after. Dinner's ready when Bob says so. Just play your games for now. Exactly. Incremented my streak from 2 to 3 OTA. What's going on, Conkles? Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Bifrost is annoying for us here, but not the end of the world. Do you add the cards to the opponent's deck tracker, or is it auto because it doesn't add the picker? It's automatic. Yeah, I should probably be snapping more aggressively. I don't know. Snapping appropriately aggressively into a Killmonger deck with this deck is like a lot of brain power, so I'm kind of taking it easy. Well, we'll see if they snap right away or not. I get to go on a fact-finding mission with this Spider-Ham next turn otherwise. They could have free death, but Spider-Ham lets us know if Null's involved in the game. No, I can't snap Lamentus into their Death Null deck. Against any other deck, our hand's very good and I'd snap. But they're likely a Death Null deck, so Lamentus is much better for them than it is for us. This little piggy went wee, wee, wee all the way home. Oh, that's a proactive Killmonger. Now can I snap? There could still be a death. Yeah.
Victory.
If they snap, I'm leaving. Cloning Vats is very good for their archetype. Okay, so we do this. And then we do this. This might keep up with what they have going on. I don't know. It's gonna be a big bet. It's gonna be a big hit monkey. We can't have priority. That is true. Having priority would be a disaster. Thankfully, Kitty bounces back to our hand before that could happen. Do we snap now? Yeah, I think so. It could be a wave deck in theory, I guess. Because then on the last turn, I get to go Monkey, Kitty, Kitty, Mysterio. Yeah, they only get one of these Deadpool backs, so they don't get the Venom back. I don't know that they mathed their cloning vats appropriately there. And to be fair, the math on the cloning vats with the Venom is not easy, but so then Monkey, Mysterio, Kitty, Kitty is just like, no way we lose, right? They have priority because Kitty bounces back to her hand. It is funny to me how many people thought this card wasn't going to be good when they redesigned her. Got me. Okay, and now we're 10-3, so we'll start bullying a little bit with our cubes. The threshold for a hand that's snappable goes down when we're up by this much.
Victory.
They do still have 2 unknown cards. Yeah, one of them's probably null. We know one of the 3 face down's Taskmaster because what's it called is just not counting it correctly at the moment. Baxter Building is a location I probably don't want to play till until the last turn because again, I want to focus on them not having, or us not having priority. Yeah, snapping them out of strong hand here, so it's fine. Good call. Could be Beast as one of the final cards. Beast isn't super popular in that archetype. Bast could be, maybe. Their start's pretty good here too. I see why they stayed. Do I do this? And then next turn we Kitty Beast pick these up? And then we can just spread out to wherever? This money is to make the bigots angry. What's going on, Arcano? Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. They do enjoy being angry.
Clear for takeoff.
If they have wave here, they could get us. Just to kill longer. And, 20 power Deadpool ain't gonna do it, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is... I guess I too probably need to hedge here, huh? This is 14, 24, 28... And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16. So this is 30 something. They could play to 2 of these is the problem. Whoa, I think they got us. I need to put my real Mysterio mid. Yeah, because I'm only going to be at 7, 10, and they're at 15. Well, I would have lost even with the real Mysterio mid, right? Yeah, I over-committed left. Well played from the opponent. They just overestimated how many other stats they could put out. The problem was that if I didn't win Baxter Building, I couldn't win the other 2 locations. That's true. They were also only 33% to win that game. The Wolverine went either other place we won. They could have an 05 Taskmaster, is a good thing to think about. It's a good shout. Beast is one of the best draws in our deck. Or is Zero Energy Null? Yeah, Null could be one of the last card we don't know. is a little bit sad that I can't play One Drop and Falcon next turn because of Dream Dimension, but it is what it is. Dream Dimension's also not amazing for them. Killmonger being out of the way is huge here for us. I think I actually don't Falcon in the middle because I think I'm going to win that with the Hit Monkey anyway, so I'm going to commit it on the right. I would just spread them, right? The Hit Monkey is 12 plus 14, so we're at a 19 in the middle. The free Null and free Taskmaster are the scary things. Alright, there is no Wolverine flip that saves them here this time. Even if Wolverine goes middle again and then goes left or right, still not enough.
Enough said, Bubba. Victory.
Question in chat. Someone said, wasn't that Bishop a 1-cost card? Bishop cost 1 energy this game, but it was not a 1-cost card. When things refer to 1-cost card like Killmonger or 4-cost card like Zabu, they refer to the original cost on that card when it was put into your deck, not the amount of energy that was spent to put it onto the board. Which is an important distinction to know. All right, that's our first infinite ticket of the day. That was interesting. Yeah, I mean, so to rehash, Leader was awful in the mirror, but he legitimately pulled his weight against the High Evolutionary deck, right? He just like showed up and shoved him in a trash can. And I mean, that matchup is certainly popular enough to be like, okay, let's play a card that shoves them in a trash can. The big question that you would need to answer is Leader meaningfully better than Shang-Chi in that matchup? And the upside to Leader is you're not guessing 50-50s where they're going to play their Hulk. You're just getting it deterministically, which is nice. That's also true. Leader, well, Shang-Chi also does that, but like having one expensive card that you can draw is kind of nice against opposing Spider-Hams, right? Like he gets to catch the pork instead of like one of our good 2s or 3s catching pork. So, honestly, there could be merit to like, is it worth playing Leader and Chavez just because Chavez adds important consistency? Chavez is nice against Wave on 5, but Leader's also nice against Wave on 5. Yeah, Leader covering Doom after they wave you on 5 is like a real thing. We didn't get to play Leader into any Doom decks in that set, but in theory and in It works like that, right? Catches the pork is an interesting phrasing. Listen, chat, Spider-Ham is here to pass out pork to anybody that will listen to him. It's hard to evaluate Chavez's consistency. I agree. From a how does it feel standpoint, Chavez is a tough card to get a good feels beat on, for lack of a better term. All right, that was our last viewer submission we had in the tank. We could have an OTA anytime now. It's let's farm. We're all out of silver and gold tickets. We're up to 9 infinite tickets. Let's farm some silver tickets with a fun deck for a little bit, huh? Where's my favorite silver ticket farmer? There it is. There it is. Always snap on one in Conquest, chat. Sorry, in the proving grounds, I guess I should say. If you and your opponent both snap on one in Conquest, you just play a best of one and somebody gets a ticket and gets to move on with their life. Oh my God. Oh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. We missed on drawing Carnage there, but we did draw Mr. Negative, so, you know. 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Nice, nice. Do I play this here in case we draw Carnage? It's worse for Venom, it's neutral for Killmonger. Do you treat the first match of Silver just like Proving Grounds and always tap? I haven't been J6. I take those ones a little bit more seriously, but I don't think I'd fault anyone for auto snapping the Proving Grounds or for snapping Silver. All right, we've got Iron Man and Null in my deck. There's Carnage. Bast, then Carnage, then Psylocke. I want to Bast here. So that way, if we draw Iron Man or Zola or Null, we can Zola cleanly. Well, that's second rude. I think those were the worst of the 3 cards you could draw. Yes, definitely. Our two good hits are in the bottom of our deck here. Yeah, something with Luke Cage causes animations to get screwed up. You saw a bunch of animations just happen on their side of the board that shouldn't have happened. Yeah, but I messed up Enchantress Typhoid Mary here, but it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter at all because they have Cage. Really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for a few reasons. And now I click 800 buttons while we try to get back into the Proving Grounds. Mike, when you finish the Proving Grounds, there should just be a re-queue button so I can hop right back in with one click. We're always snapping on one with this deck anyways, but this hand is great. Bootman, if you're still hanging out, I see your post on Twitter about Destroy decks. I had a Destroy highlight 3 days ago, right before Spider Pig released. Archetype's real solid. Almost best draw. Close. Real close. They should remove the failure screen to help speed up. I don't know if they need to remove the failure screen. Then at a minimum, they should help it along. I think I'm gonna Mr. Negative onto here and then magic it next turn. And this Mr. Negative's obviously great because all of our good negative cards are in our deck at the moment. Although, you know what? I probably want to keep this clean for Zola, right? So I guess we'll magic here. Keeping one path fully open for Arnim Zola is something you want to think about doing as often as possible in this deck. Are they Hella? Yes, most likely. Alan, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you re-upping and helping us back up towards our sub goal for the month. Do 2 excellent draws. Hit a brick. That's fine. I believe. We have 24, 27 in the middle, and we have 32 on the right, or on the left.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
Suno Tam, thank you for the 51 months. I appreciate it. Swinging out for over 4 years. By the way, just something I want to highlight here, because I feel like not everybody understands this aspect of Conquest. I've heard people say Conquest is the best way to grind rewards in Snap. And while you can get some rewards from Conquest, it's important to note that Conquest is not an endless reward system. So you could only buy all of these things once. And the only thing in here that you could buy unlimited quantities of is boosters. So there's, 350, 500, 700 credits, and then there's 200 golds. There's 700 credits and 200 gold in here that you get. But in the long run, you just get a couple of cosmetics that ultimately it turns into boosters with all your tokens, right? It's unlimited rewards if you like Green Goblin boosters. Yeah, exactly. So it's a different format than the ladder, and it's fun in different ways, but it's not if you don't enjoy Conquest, you're being punished for not grinding it endlessly. Is the thing I want to point out there. Oh, you know what? I should have held on to this for a second, so we could have drawn Bast. Rip. Rip. Mistakes were made. My Deadpool is much smaller than he should be. I should have Basted on 2 into Deadpool Carnaged on 3. He's still gonna be okay here. Like, we have the Iron Man, so I think I'm snapping, but you basically should never play Deadpool on 1 in this deck is a good TLDR. Just you, or is the audio and video unsyncing? That's you and Twitch processing. Refresh the stream. All right, if we're a true professional, Deadpool and Venom both go right here. Never lucky. Well, he went right, but not in the way that I wanted him to, huh?
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
You think Conquest should be 8 cubes instead of 10 cubes to make it more streamlined? Actually, I would prefer they went in the opposite direction. I think Conquest would be better if it was 12 cubes instead of 10, because being able to come back from losing 8 cubes in the first game is tough right now. I have no idea what they're doing. I'm just playing my null and hoping it's good enough. So rather than making an 8-cuber end the round, isn't Tiger just better? Is Tiger just better? No, Tiger's 10, right? Oh, Tiger Deadpool was better. No? Yes? Speaking of 8-cubers, come and get him, Enchantress. Opponent might get paid out with their off Benedict here. I don't care, we're just farming tickets we got for free. Ooh. Wait, why didn't they Shang the middle? I'm confused. Are we losing the right? Oh, they have Surfer. Right, they have 2 Sarahs. Okay. I would have won if I had taken the line to play around Shang-Chi, huh? If we would have gone the Tiger plus Deadpool, we beat Shang. I was gonna go back to the Proving Grounds. They could have the first round of silver. But that's a good call. Deadpool, whatever. It doesn't matter. So. Some combination of those cards beat Shang-Chi. They were cooking. I mean, they were playing Surfer with a copy of Shang-Chi in it, right? I don't know that that really qualifies as cooking. It just qualifies as putting a good tech card in your good deck. Ugh.
Snap.
Yeah, budget Surfer maybe is a good take. Yeah, probably someone that just like had Sarah and then picked up Surfer off of their free card for the month. Nothing wrong with that. How different is this game from Hearthstone, Magic Legends, or Welcome Hazy? I think the only thing that's really similar about Marvel Snap and those other games you just mentioned is the fact that they're both card games. I think part of the reason why Snap's managed to find success as a new card game in a market that's hard to break into is the fact that it's really very different than a lot of... It's really very different than what a lot of the other things in the card game space have been doing. In a good way. If you're not familiar with my background, you said you're new. I streamed Magic the Gathering for a decade before changing to Snap full-time. I genuinely think Marvel Snap is the best new card game to release in the last decade or more. It's very, very, very good in many, many ways. Gonna eat as many of these as possible and then hope to spike the null on the last turn, I think. And it is fun to see someone take a look at the rules before clicking into a stream. We are primarily a gaming stream, but we do talk about politics here on occasion. And when we do, we have a progressive slant. If I do this is round one of a thing, so we could just punt it if we lose. This would be 12. We'd win here. A world where this wins the game. Yeah, Zolo would have been a fine draw here too. Does Conquest matchmake you with somewhat of a similar rank on the ladder? They do not. So there is some collection level based matchmaking in the Proving Grounds and in Silver, but there is no collection level based matchmaking in Infinite. There's very little in Gold. I'm not playing a full match against my opponent inside of the Proving Grounds. They want to take forever. They can have their silver ticket and I'll go to my next one. Don't want to sweat here. The person that mentioned they were new, the base idea of Snap is there's 3 locations at the center of the board, and the person with the most power in 2 of the 3 locations wins at the end of turn 6. I would say the biggest innovation in Snap is the location system in general and how they leverage it with deck building. So Marvel Snap decks, this picture above my head here is a deck tracker that shows all of the cards in my deck. The ones that are faded out are ones that I've drawn. And this is all the cards. Marvel Snap is 12 cards singleton, which lets the decks that you build be hyper consistent. But the locations appearing at random from a pool allows the game to still have a lot of good variety in the actual gameplay. That is super unfortunate. Ham is really good against us, huh? Hey, Card, thanks for the sub gift. Appreciate the support. To be fair, I don't think our deck is too terrible against Pig. We have a lot of things that are more expensive than our namesake, but it feels bad man a little bit to get got by that. So Ham takes away the abilities of our what's it called? We have priority here. I'm gonna go ahead and turn Aunt May's into, actually let's do here, because I want to have a clean path for Zola, potentially. My thoughts on the DC card game. I haven't played the DC card game. I don't really have intentions of expanding into other card games while I'm enjoying Marvel Snap. It's not enough time in the day to play all these other things. My non-Marvel Snap games I've been playing at the moment are Diablo and Genshin, and those two take up enough of my time. Get to murder Kitty Pride here. Yeah, I think this is Killmonger into Iron Man into Zola is my plan. What about FF16? I usually don't do single player games right when they release. I'll wait for them to get their patches and bug fixes in and check them out after the fact. How do you enjoy Diablo 4? I really like Diablo 4. I played a lot of Diablo 2 as a kid, and never really got into Diablo 3. And I think they nailed most of the aspects of Diablo 4.
I am Iron Man.
Fortunately, I think we're done here. So we'll go up to 20 over here, but that's not quite enough. Yeah. There's Spider Pig, likely winning them this game. Tagging our Mr. Negative. Yeah, I've been playing Werebear inside of what's it called? Diablo. Werebear Druid. Just the fittest of margins, shit. So close.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Weird order from them. Nah, they didn't want to move the Human Torch because they wanted to compete against the Iron Man at the center. How far along am I? I am World Tier 3, level 56 or 57. So just starting to get into the end game. For anybody new dropping in for the Snap portion of the stream, Marvel Snap is the majority of the content produced here. That allows this to be my full-time job. It's the most popular thing that I make, but we've been playing some Diablo for the first hour and a half in the mornings before we switch over to Snap. It's been fun. My wife and I play together for the most part, so she plays with me on stream before she goes into work for the day. And we played It Takes Two. We have, yeah. I waited till turn 2 to see if we could draw the Deadpool. Maybe I should wait one more turn. Hard to say. I forgot to snap on one. A little late now, but we'll still push the button, I think. How many infinite tickets do I have? I think I have 9. And no, most people will not be able to 5-0 an infinite conquest run. Even good players aren't going to be able to 5-0 infinite conquest runs with any consistency. Going 5-0 is incredibly hard in a game that has variance in it. Limbo creates a turn 7 here, so we get to null into Arnim Zola my null. Null gets power bigger equal for every card that's been destroyed over the course of the game. And then Zola destroys a random card at his location and creates copies of it in the other spots. So Zola will blow up Null, doubling his power. And then create copies of it left and right. And I'll play Deadpool in the middle just to hedge, I think. Because Null should be enough to win here and here. One copy of Null, that's adorable. What if I had 2 copies of Null? But it ended up with a nice amount of power in the middle, but we ended up with a nicer board state. That's true. Our nulls are a little bit bigger too because of that, because of the best. Yeah, it's really nice that all of the actual account progression rewards you could get, like the credits and the gold and stuff, these are all things that you could get without needing to win a bunch. Like, you can get the 700 credits, the 200 gold without needing the infinity tickets. Because remember, the only exclusive prize for doing well in the infinity conquest that opens next week is the special border for the avatar. It's purely cosmetic. What 6K card would you buy from Zabu, Jeff, Nebula, or Iron Lad? Jeff or Zabu are both good. Is Zabu Series 5 still? Zabu Series 4, I thought. Is it still 6K tokens? Zabu's 3K tokens, right? I'd buy Zabu for 3K tokens, probably. Yeah, Zabu Series 4. Zabu's very good and only 3K. All right, chat, we're gonna be like Elsa and let it flow this game. I'm gonna press the snap button because the extra energy from the super flow means I get to Mr. Negative ahead of curve here. We have both Zola and Null in our deck still, which is great when we negative here. Mr. Negative's kind of one of the cards our deck is built around. When he flips up, he inverts the cost and power of all cards in our deck. So our 2 cards that say 6-0 there become 0-6, which is quite good. I don't expect my opponent's bounce deck to have cards that interact with the location here. Zola being a 0-6 versus a 0-3 is kind of whatever. And Zola, Iron Man having 3 power is a big deal. So I'm going to go ahead and Bast here to set Iron Man's power to 3 while also downgrading this a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and Venom the left tier, not because we're getting a lot of value out of it, but because destroying this makes my null bigger for later. I think Jeff will drop to Series 4. It's really kind of impossible to know what's going to drop where. Do I play Iron Man this turn? Or do I just vibe? We might just chill for the turn. I could play Killmonger if I'm not playing Iron Man. Make them feel secure. This gives them like a false sense of security. Oh no! They Shang-Chi'd my Venom, chat. How will I ever win the game now? Alright, I got a trash can for you to hop into here, opponent. It's good to know that they're playing Shang-Chi, though. Finding out they're playing Shang-Chi in a game that I've won is huge. As it means I won't have to spend cubes later to find out that's a card in their deck. Casual 62 power nulls on each side.
Victory.
If you're watching us play this incredibly sweet deck, and you haven't seen this before, that means you don't keep up with my Snap YouTube channel on Hoaglandia Snap. I post sweet deck highlights there 6 or 7 days a week. So it was featured a couple of weeks ago and it's been a regular staple of our channel. Yeah, Hazy, if you love card games, Marvel Snap is the best card game in some time. It's very, very good. I think I'm just chilling on the Killmonger. The Killmonger is a good tech card for later. I also don't want to commit more things into the Gamma Lab because they are a Shang-Chi deck. Now, they could bounce this Shang-Chi, is worth noting. I have Iron Man and Null in my hand here. We haven't drawn Zola yet. Do I snap them? Yeah, I think we should snap them to raise the stakes here. I could miss on drawing... I could miss on drawing my good card here. Is something of a concern. Did they forget there's a turn 7? This feels like they forgot there's a turn 7. Yeah, I think we gotta go here. Arnim Zolo is unfortunately the last card in our deck. So we don't have a way to play the 2 paths here. Yeah, we have 12 power and all, but it's just not quite enough.
Escape.
Them playing around wave is a good shout. What happens if you tie? If you full tie, nobody loses points off their life. There's no rush to play Bast in this deck. You want to collect up some more cards here that you'd be happy to Bast into. Yeah, sometimes the OTA is up like before lunchtime, and other times it's like later into the afternoon. There isn't really a consistent time where it hits. For people that are new or not familiar with the jargon, OTA stands for over-the-air update. Twice a month, there is an over-the-air update that adjusts the numbers on different cards in the game. Typically, they focus on buffing underplayed cards, but they also do occasionally nerf cards that are overperforming. How many rounds in a match? So, unlike Magic the Gathering or other games that have a set number of rounds, Marvel Snap's cube system makes it so it's a flexible number. Each player starts with 10 life here at the top, and whoever loses all 10 first loses the round. Most games probably go somewhere in like the 4 to 6 round range, but occasionally you get up to like 9 or 10. Am I expecting for the OTA? Mostly buffs. I think the current metagame is pretty good for Marvel Snap. So I'm not really expecting them to take many cards down a peg. It's unfortunate that we're not going to be able to play Magic next turn because of the Dream Dimension. Hey, well, good to see you back again, R-Large. Yeah, it's been a second since we've switched over to Snap as my primary, and I can't say that I regret it. It's a very, very good game. Hope life's treating you well. Speaking of old timers dropping in, what's going on, the one James? Hope life's been treating you okay. Thank you for the 39 months. Snap is lucrative. Yeah, we're having a good year. I think my income metrics for this year are on track to be similar to the best year I had making Magic content. Magic had fallen off a good bit in recent months. So like here's for people that are new, here's an example of the cube system with the life. If I want this game to play out to its conclusion, I have to wager a second point of life. It doubles here up to 2 on the final turn. Or I could look at this and go, okay, I'm probably losing this game. I can cut my losses and retreat. We could also gamble on the danger room a little bit, though. My out to winning this game, if I wanted to play it to my most likely chance to win, is they probably can't play into Crimson Cosmos, and I could do this, just assuming we win here. They've shown us Shang-Chi and Iron Man. They could be on Chavez. So we could bet one more cube to see the end of this. I'm talking myself into staying here, and we're up currently, right? Like I have 9 points of life and they only have 6. Let's find out if they have Chavez. I'll pay a cube for information. Okay, and they couldn't play for here, so the danger room is a 25% chance to blow stuff up. If everything lives here, we should win the left. Okay, all their stuff lived. We have to win 2 75%ers here to win the game. Our opponent's deck was unlikely to be able to play into here because they're mostly cheap cards. All right, gotta win one more 75%er. Ah! Brutal. Brutal. Okay, so 7 to 6 now. And that, I think that lets us know that one of the, so my opponent's deck list on the deck tracker is right here. And this lets us know that one of these 2 face down cards is not a Chavez, I think. So things to think about for future games. Yeah, opponent, all 3 of the opponent's things lived and only one of ours lived, so a little unfortunate there. That's just how it be sometimes. Jesus! Is Spider-Ham Hoagland? I think Spider-Ham is a super playable card. It also released directly to Series 4, which makes it an easier, cheaper pickup. So I think if you would like to play Spider-Ham, you'll get a lot of play out of it, I think. Knacker, thank you for the 4 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. So starting in round 5, the stakes double. So staying in here is relatively free, because even if I retreat later, I'm 5 versus 6, and we're playing for 2 cubes a time. My hand's only okay, though. I don't have any of my cheap cards. I have null in the opener. The cube could matter. I'm gonna leave when they try and raise on one. All decks are 12 card singleton are large. So I think probably the biggest innovation for Snap is the fact that the decks are all small and hyper consistent, which means the majority of the variance you expect from your card game comes from the locations. In case you didn't know, your overlay shows the HP twice. Yeah, I've been kind of lazy about it. We're supposed to get the PC widescreen UI at some point this summer, and I didn't feel like redoing my overlay to redo my overlay again later. I think Death's Domain is much better for us than it is for them, and I have Psylocke into negative here. I'm gonna stat. The deck tracker has always tracked your opponent's deck. It's just more useful in this game mode than it was in previous game modes. That's actually super unlucky. So none of the cards left in my deck now are worth... Oh, none of their cards are worth negativing, because we drew Iron Man. Skip? No, I mean, I'm definitely Bastag. I'm gonna play Venom here and eat these, and then we'll go Magic, the Mojo World, into Iron Man, into Zola the Iron Man. So this location says whoever has more cards here gets 100 power. So basically you need to have more cards there. So all the locations have different effects on them. And then there are other cards. I play Magic, I can't read, I feel you.
Yeah.
And then there are other cards like Magic here, for example, that can change what the locations do. So Magic creates Limbo, which is a location here that adds a 7th turn to the game. Null will be more power than Iron Man. Yeah, potentially. Oh, I think we're gonna have to retreat here, though. What if I bail out of the center? What if we Zola here to try and hit the Venom, and then Venom can win Death's Domain. And then we could play for the right with our own Iron Man plus other cards. If a hit monkey, they just bounce to their hand. Red Beard, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, and we stole priority with that, meaning our cards flipped first, so we're probably done for. And if we lose this, staying in, the game is over. If I lose it by retreating, I'm down to 2 cubes and have to win 3 in a row. But I think we're just, like, very unlikely to win this. I could do this, which is 5, 10, 11. I go to 22 here. Hey, thanks for dropping off the Primar Large. Good to have you back. And I think winning 3 in a row is more likely than winning this game. They bounced like a 4 or 5 power hit monkey, and remember, their stuff dies in Death's Domain, but like they get to play more stuff there. Yeah, they had a bishop. They had a big bishop too. I don't think we could win mid. If I go Forge Iron Man middle, it's Forge Iron Man middle is only plus 6, so I go to 12, I go to 24. There's no way. They have to play like a 2 power thing here to tie. So, Psylocke gives us an extra energy, but I don't have any 4s in my hand to accelerate into, so I'm going to wait to Psylocke on 3 so we can magic on 4. Limbo and Titan are both pretty good for us, so we're definitely going to magic can't play high here. This is setting up to be pretty good for us here. We get to magic over here, and then Venom takes the power of the things that he destroys. So we're going to stack a bunch of stuff on here and then eat it with Venom, which makes the null big. So we just need to find a copy of Zola in our next 3 draws. Do I Carnage? And then Venom next turn? No, I think I just do this because next turn I need to null, right? Yeah.
I am Iron Man.
The problem with doing this is I can't Iron Man and null. I'm gonna null middle to leave myself some options here. No, anything could be in a deck are large. It's any 12 cards. Think we're gonna come up short here. There's a world where they don't play for the center. And maybe we win that, and maybe this is good enough here. I think we're probably dead here. Oh, they just have Shang, sure.
I am Iron Man.
I think we lose the left here too by a little bit, right? Yeah. Oh, Killmonger would have made null better by killing Kitty. Yeah, but then I can't play Iron Man, right? So like, how do I win 2 locations with that? Hey, Dead Silence, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Appreciate that. And Coffee Beer H2O, thank you for hanging out for almost 2 years. Good afternoon. We're still waiting on the over-the-air update. There have been times in the past where that doesn't come out until well into the afternoon, so would not be surprised if there's another hour or more before we get it. We'll probably stream a bit later today, so we can check out whatever's going on with that. We got a couple hours left in me at least. Let's play the other Deadpool deck for a little bit. Some overlapping cards here, but no Mr. Negative. Heartless, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. This is the proving ground, so we can snap on one. Today is the Punisher's time to shine with UAT. Glenn had commented that the Punisher was on a long list of cards they want to buff, so could be today for sure. Oh my god, they got a Spider-Ham variant already? Does Spider-Ham eating a hot dog constitute cannibalism? Hey buddy, what do we think? It's a vegan hot dog, okay. Okay, well, the X-Man should diff a little bit here. Our hand's not super good overall, though. Spider-Ham's story is he's a spider that got bit by a radioactive pig. Today I learned. Today I learned. Let's blow these up. They have Inked Kitty already too? Oh, and Inked Hitmonkey. I don't have enough boosters on either of these to get them quite that far up.
Enough said, bub.
Well, it's not the Killmonger I wanted for Christmas. What if Giant Wolverine... What if Giant Wolverine goes somewhere profitable for us here? Is that our best line to win? Okay, Wolverine's a 1 and 3 to win the game then. He could go right and beat the Mysterio for us. Ah, rip. I got Pixel Thanos yesterday. I am cursed. I mean, to be fair, most of us have more pixel variants than not. Yeah, I'm waiting on a Kitty variant. I don't think I have quite enough boosters to Ink Kitty, but definitely waiting on a variant before I spend them. Let's slide Pork into this deck. See how it feels. Why don't you like Shang and Bounce? Could you elaborate, please? Yeah, all of your matchups where Shang-Chi is good are already close or good matchups for you. So I don't want to put cards in my deck to take my good matchups and make them better. I want to put cards in my deck if I'm making changes to fix problems that I have, not win harder in places I should already be winning. Well, I buy that bundle. No, that bundle's not good value for collection progress. I only buy bundles that get me more cards faster. What card did you remove for Ham? Iceman is the card that gets cut for Ham in the Bounce deck. I kind of wanted to be able to use Beast to bounce the Korg back, but having these soak on Murray Isle has a lot of appeal here. So long a buck. Isn't Spider Ham OP? I don't think anybody really knows the answer to that question. Card's been out for what, 2 or 3 days? I think Spider Ham's super popular right now. I think anytime a card is super accessible on release, it's going to automatically be popular, which skews people's perception of how good, bad, or otherwise it may be. Okay, so Falcon's going to bounce all my cards that cost 1. So I want to go you, Falcon, Kitty. And then all of these come back to my hand, making Collector bigger, and then these get bigger on the island. Yeah, discard decks definitely took a bit of a hit into the pig. I hope they juice up Nimrod for the OTM today. Yeah, I feel like Nimrod could probably be on the short list of cards they're looking to buff. There gets 4 cards in it. Korg puts it to 5 cards. This is the proving ground, so I assume they're playing it out. They have no cards left in their hands. This Dracula is 0. We win the left, we win the right. Close in the center, too. Yeah, Chavez and 2 swarms for sure. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. Great to have over 2,000 people in here for some Marvel Snap-a-lappin'. For those that are new to the channel, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. You can find me here Monday through Friday. I start about 9 a.m. Central, and I go till 3, 4, sometimes even 5 p.m. Central. For people that are time zone challenged, it is currently 2:22 Central. We play a lot of card games and strategy games, a little bit of RPGs mixed in. Currently playing through some Diablo 4, and we play some Genshin Impact and others on occasion as well. But Marvel Snap is the bulk of the content that I make. In a former life, before I was making content full-time here on Twitch, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent some time working in academia as an adjunct professor at a couple of colleges in the area where I live. Also did a stint at a Fortune 50 company doing data process and automation stuff for them. And now I'm a full-time meme here on Twitch. I've been streaming on Twitch for over a decade now. Been partnered for almost 8 years. Been doing it as a full-time job for over 5 now. What state do I live in? I live in a perpetual state of confusion. I live about 2 hours south of Chicago, smack dab in the middle of Illinois. So I don't really want to fill Monster Island early if I can avoid it, but I also don't really want Angela and Collector in the same path because I would like them to be spread out because they're my 2 like individually large stat stick cards, and Bifrost is going to slide everything to the right. So if I like play Collector here, they'll end up in the same spot. So I think we fill Monster Island here. State of Cornfield Land. Hey! My backyard is currently in the process of being redeveloped into additional housing for my mid-sized town. Thank you very much. I no longer have a cornfield for a backyard. That's some good Green Goblin. I guess we're doing this. It's a probability of your B split ink plus crackle. Not even just ink plus crackle, but my B split is white crackle, which is even more rare. All right, so Hawk's been pigged. Go you into you. Into you, into you. And then next turn we go Kitty plus Demon. Yeah, not drawing Falcon or Beast against the Clutter deck feels a little bad, man. Oh no! We picked their Century, chat! We made them the perfect ham! So Century is a card that normally has a drawback, but we just turned it into pulled pork, so it's all upside. So yeah, I think Iron Man and Shang-Chi are both bad and unnecessary. I think those cards are both good in matchups that you should be winning anyways if you're playing well. I think they're cards that win more. Why do you prefer Collector over Bishop? Curve considerations. And Unfortunately, because we didn't draw Beast or Falcon here, I didn't have the flexibility to maneuver playing for all 3 paths. Normally, this deck beats the card Shang-Chi by flexibly playing for every location. I guess if I was worried about that, I could have put the demon here, huh? Oh, I forgot to concede. I don't play extra. We play for 8. Why no Rock Slide? Because Rock Slide is bad in the bounce deck. You don't have time to, like, play a 4-drop and put it back in your hand. You'd much rather play cheap cards like Corrigan Black Widow. You'd much rather play cheap cards like Corrigan Black Widow that make your Dark Hawk bigger and you play more efficiently on curve and can bounce back and forth efficiently. Generally speaking, Dark Hawk decks that play Rock Slide play Zabu. This is a lower to the ground deck than that. Gaming for a living sounds like a nice profession, much better than working in animation. I enjoy the part of my job that involves clicking go live and then being live here on Twitch. The bits that involve like video editing and managing social media and responding to emails and contracts and stuff, not so much, but the actual live portion of my job is nice. My wife works a traditional job that provides traditional benefits for my family, so I'm able to do this. Because if you're self-employed in America, good luck and Godspeed with all things related to health insurance and otherwise. Why don't I hire an editor? Because having an editor that would actually save me time would require me paying someone a full-time salary. And this is enough for it to be my full-time job, but I don't make enough to pay someone, you know, 50, 60, 70, 80 grand a year that I need to pay someone to be an editor. Because in order to have someone save, in order for someone to have actually save me time as an editor, they would need to be watching my stream full-time so I don't have to keep telling them which games and stuff to pull. Because I did process automation and software development stuff before I streamed, so a lot of my editing process is automated. I'll do it for 35 grand. I mean, even that, right? Like, I don't want to deal with paying someone a salary, and like taking that much away from my income is like not worthwhile. It doesn't save me enough time to be worth, you know, 30 plus grand a year. The Raptors kind of suck for us. I gotta decide what we're doing here. I think it's this. We can beast the Raptors and put them on Washington. Yeah, that's true. So I assume there's a cloak coming from our opponent here at some point. Oh, we're also in the proving grounds that I haven't Snapjack, so we're talking about stuff. Every job has negatives, but yours has quite little. I mean, I work 50 to 80 hours a week, and I literally can't take a vacation without taking a large salary hit. So like I said, I enjoy parts of my job, but to act like it's all upside compared to a traditional job is like, you know, like to give you an example, can I get a show of hands how many people in chat are currently working at their traditional job that provides reasonable benefits and an okay salary while you're here watching Twitch.tv? Yeah. So like, you know, chat, I was mentioning like my past, what I did before this, I did data process and automation stuff at a Fortune 50 company. By the time I put in my notice at that company, I was only working like 30 hours, like I was only working like 15 hours a week, if that, while I was at the office. Triskelion just gave us Agatha, and my opponent didn't snap in this, so we're just gonna leave. Agatha plays our cards for us. Out! Thank you for the 37 months. Welcome back. Someone else said you also comes with the facets of being a public figure. Yeah. As someone who quite literally has worked with a therapist over things related to my job, there's definitely that facet of it too. Where's Bacon on the scale of Snowguard to Jeff? Definitely close to Jeff. Spider Ham is a very, very good and playable card.
Opponent snapped.
Being in the public eye sucks. I wouldn't even say being in the public eye doesn't really bother me. Like, people being aware of, like, what I do and, like, the things I'm doing, like, that's, like, just, like, not a big deal for me personally at all. It probably would be for some people, but for me personally, that part doesn't bother me. It's the random people putting profanity or insults or insulting my wife and my kids and shit like that in my mentions that happens with some consistency. Like, those are the ones where it's just like, what's wrong with people? what is wrong with you? We do this, yeah. So we have rocks for the Altar of Death. I think I'm gonna have enough energy here that I actually want... Well, I guess this is a 3-power rock at that. Do I want to bounce Falcon? So next turn I'll have 7 energy. I guess I don't really need to bounce Falcon, huh? Because I'm not going to have time to, like, redo it again. And I have their Claw to play for Altar. They don't know that. The people saying, what's wrong with people? Well, where should we start? Yeah, Mood. Have you met people recently? We do not have OTA changes yet. Whenever there's something coming like OTA changes, you'd always expect an update in the title of my stream. That is not currently there for a reason. I think we're Chavezing next turn. So we'll play Kitty out, we'll play Claw out. Yeah. Play rock. I want to chill on the rock for now because I'll have the energy to play it next turn with the altar. And I'll have the energy to play it from altar and I don't want to commit it to a location just yet or let them know that I have it. Probably good enough for us. The fact that they played their Enchantress on tempo, and then we had the Claw was really good for us here. So we tie the right. Yikes! Yikes! As an adult, you're capable of handling all that is people of the internet. How do you plan to introduce your children to that world? I mean, for starters, none of my children have oh, I forgot to concede, are allowed to interact with random people on the internet. Any online games they play, voice chat gets removed, etc. They play Fortnite and Fall Guys sometimes without voice chat. We pork him on one. Get a little information here about what we're playing against. Waiting on Hood could be good in case we draw a Collector or Bast. I used to think I hated this world, and then I realized that the world is beautiful and it's the people who suck. Oh, that's a good line. Hey, look at that. Rewarded.
Opponent snapped.
Go forth and pork, young ham. Yeah. Not dead yet. Will be soon.
Wind, aid my hand.
Escape.
All right, we have enough conquest tickets. I'm gonna play some ladder matches for a little bit. The ladder tends to be less sweaty than even the proving grounds. There's less button clicks to play games too. So much interfacing. Yeah, I'll be curious to see if High Evolutionary gets hit in the OTA update today. It's definitely all over Conquest. Are there any decent Ghost Spider decks? Yeah, we can play some Ghost Spider. That's a good shout out. I think the Surfer Move deck is my favorite Spider deck. Be happy to showcase a little bit of that. You tried Cerebro 3 with multiple mana Ghost Spider. Trying to play Cerebro into a bunch of High Evolutionary feels like a really big fool's errand. Hey, Fracture, thanks for the 7 months. Hey, afternoon, welcome back.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Thor into the Lockjaw, eh? So, Wong in the middle is low-key pretty okay for us. Because it means that I get to Panther into Zola, send copies of Panther across the board, and make him real big center. So Panther doubles his power as his on-reveal effect. And Zola will send him across the board, triggering his on-reveal again. So we'll have a 16 power Panther here, and we'll have a 32 power Panther in the middle. Meaning we're even beating a Doctor Doom here. Out of my game.
Union to me.
Whoop.
Wakanda forever. Victory.
I'm surprised they didn't play Hulk here. Would have gotten us, huh? They were worried about us Odining Panther, I guess. Okay, I have Surfer move in my... Yeah. These cards still good? Yeah, these cards are probably fine. Honestly, playing more Juggernaut decks is probably something I should be doing. Juggernauting big Hulks on turn 6 is probably quite good on average. She-Hulk double up. I don't think She-Hulk double up is good into turn 5 wave or turn... I don't think it's good into turn 5 wave. I don't think it's good into people porking you. So Vulture gets bigger every time he moves. And then Iron Fist is going to kick him over. Looks like they're playing the Dino Hawk deck. These locations are good for my opponent. The Atalan is going to make their Hawk bigger, and so does the Golia. Okay, Ghost Spider grabs our last played card and pulls him around. So I can do this into Cloak here. So our Vulture is going to be really big here. I think Beast would be good in Surfer next. Probably not. I feel like you probably spend... You don't have enough time to really bounce things and set them back up again. What do we think of doing this and leaving the Vulture here? I think I like this. We force fill the Atalan to win that, and then we try and win mid with Vulture. Oh my god, that's perfect. That's insane, right? Because we just get to... So Doctor Strange grabs our highest power card and moves him over. So he'll grab Vulture and pull him here. We could maybe get into trouble if they had Mystique. But outside of... Even then, we might be okay, right? Because this would be 18, 21, 26. And their Mystique would be plus... Mystique could get us, but outside of Mystique, we're in a great spot. I think this is the line. Just like grab him over here. Yeah, sweet game. Hey, we got an orange border for Iron Fist. Working on a good Infinity Split from him. Oh, they played Sentinel last. Yeah, good shout. Good shout. I've been trying a beast move deck, and it feels close, but not quite good. I think the beast move deck is just worse than the other move decks, unfortunately. As someone who's spent a lot of time working on different iterations. Ugh. Well, I was going to get to Polaris their Viper into the middle and snap them, but I think that probably means we're dead. Yeah, I think it's still just Polaris middle, and then next turn we can play 2/3 drops, potentially like Strange plus Surfer, because this is gonna get kind of big here too, right? We can also just like Brood plus Surfer. He might be in an okay spot here regardless. Yeah, honestly, with the way this is, do I just do I beat Mystique Hawk? Yeah, I think we just go Brood into Surfer, right? Brood gives me 3 Broodlings with 3 power, and then Surfer kicks all these up by 6, gives all a 3 bigger. This gets 2 bigger over here. Doubt. Miles is actually smaller than Brood will be here, because he's only 4. And the Broodlings are 3 plus 2. New scheme.
Victory.
But it has a sweet Silk variant. Silk's on my list of variants I still want. I gotta decide which Ghost Spider variant I want. I don't love this one. Okay, I think I might wait and buy a Ghost variant from the shop, or a Ghost Spider variant from the shop. GG Grizzle Fluff. Viper in the opponent's deck. The opponent was playing the Sentry deck that was likely featured this morning on the YouTube channel. If you haven't seen that one, it's one of my favorite like mid-rangey disruptive decks. Any good move decks utilizing Silk? Silk's not really a move card, if that makes sense. Silk is more of a just like a generically good stuff card. Like, she's an enabler for Miles, but like she doesn't really work with things like Vulture. Like, she kind of works with Kraven, but that's as close as you get. So Miles is cheaper if something moved. We go Iron Fist, kick the cloak over. I'll play this here too. Get a stance into the Sanctum. I guess it's noteworthy that kicking cloak isn't bigger than a Doctor Doom. They're a death deck. That's definitely true. Part of me just wants to move everything middle.
Victory.
We like move everything middle and then we like Brood Surfer on the right to play for there. Because if I move everything middle, Craven gets 2 bigger for every card that moves with him. So we'll go from 16 to 22 here. And then if they don't have Doctor Doom, they can't play for here, and they're a death deck, so Doctor Doom is less likely. And then Brood plus Surfer is 14 on the right. So they did fix the Miles Moon Girl bug. Unfortunately, the Moon Miles deck felt a little bit clunky when I tried it. We could maybe try some other iterations of it, but the games we played on stream are only okay. It kinda just gets outclassed a little bit. That could be a deck that could be worth exploring Juggernaut in, though. I might have left Juggernaut out of the list we played, which was a mistake. That deck does struggle with bounce a good bit, though. Raven mid. Brood is actually quite good at leaving some roaches behind in Luke's bar.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, Javez, thanks for the third of a year. I think with our ability to get into Luke's bar, they're snapping because, in part because they have Daredevil in Sanctum.
It's clobbering time.
What if I built my own New York here on the right where I'm favored into it? I think we do this. So, Ghost Spider pulls Vulture, which triggers Craven. Cloak triggers here, bounces back to my hand. Miles is here. Nebula doesn't get to trigger. They're gonna Spider mid, maybe. I have a lot of points mid even if they Spider. I guess they could Spider into Hulk gets us, but they've already snapped it. We've stayed, so can we get it?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Unfortunately, I don't have any way to move cards to the right. Spider-Man weapon us up means we are just dead to Hulk in the middle. This OTA is much later than is typical, yes. Usually they're out like late morning. PT. Could Juggernaut have done something? No, because we couldn't play at center, did we? All right, we'll play Iron Fist and Carmartage, hoping to peel Vulture off the top here. Ugh! Where's Vulture, chat? I'm gonna pass for a turn, hoping to draw Vulture. Edge. Might be boosting card and acquisition token rates in caches. Opening, you've piqued my interest. Are there any plans to boost drop rates for cards, reserves, or cache with token drops? Glenn, stay tuned. Dusty McRusty, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. I mean, they've been hinting for a little while now that there's card acquisition changes coming, right? Something they've talked about. I needed priority in order for Kingpin to be able to blow up what they move. And we don't have it. I think this is my best play with the New York that we've built. I believe we're good, right? Because we're gonna get +8 over here.
Victory.
Carmartage, good for their monkey, also good for the server. We played a bit of this deck back before Silk released, even like the week Ghost Spider came out. I think there's a good chance this is the best Ghost Spider deck, and it's probably one of the better Surfer decks. It feels real reasonable.
This just in.
Okay. What is Forgin? Ghost Spider replacement. Probably just a different 3-drop. I do think the deck is worse without the spider. Right, you replace Ghost Spider by mailing Benjamin Brown $10. Good take, good take. Yeah, back from lunch, we're on the front page. Yeah, we've had front page promotion all month for June. So we've had a little bit of inorganic viewer boost for that with new people dropping in. all things considered, if you're not getting every season pass, I think Ghost Spider is probably one of the more reasonable passes to be skipping. I'm gonna press the button here with the vulture draw. It's real good. Has cloakwork with Kingpin. If you have priority and you Kingpin the cloak path, anything your opponent moves there will get destroyed. It's hard to skip the Miles variant. The Miles variant's reasonable. I already have my existing Miles variant inked though, so I don't know that I'm playing with the new one. How close are we to the sub goal? We currently have 2,359 concurrent subs. Maybe I should have put Iron Fist here so I could Doctor Strange the Vulture this turn. Is a thought. Like send Vulture over here to lock the Savage Lands. This is the first season pass to include 2 Series 3 cards. Oh, that's a good thought. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. People who are in the mid game get access to Spider-Man and Miles earlier. That's a good call out for people that are starting. I imagine more and more. I imagine more and more of the passes as the game matures will have more Series 3 cards. Morph get +2 if it doesn't turn into 3 costs. No, Morph takes on whatever cost it has at the end of it. Yeah. Our board's real full, but this gives us +7 over here. It gives us +8 in the middle with Surfer. Seems fine. Oh, that was our Doctor Strange too from the Bugle. My people at Second Dinner have so far told me that the OTA is still forthcoming. No clarification other than it's happening.
Victory.
I'm glad we switched to this one. This one's felt good. Goon TM, yeah. You tried Destroy Surfer with Venom, Deathlock, Killmonger. That sounds real cheeky. Technically, we've played Killmonger, Surfer with Death in the Lockjaw deck. Gets here when it gets here. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit. You want to play Kraven off of New York, so that way he can move to New York on the last turn? Just picked up a gold ticket with the stack. Nice. This the other way, actually, in case I want to pull Ghost Spider or pull Miles into the middle. You recommend this deck for Conquest? I think this deck's probably fine for Conquest. Plays a bunch of good tech cards. I guess we'll play Strange rather than Ghost Spider because Strange gets buffed by Surfer. This is 715 here, right? It's 4 plus 8. And then Craven gets big here, and then Surfer is plus 4. I think we got him, chat. Yeah? I'm craving some victory over this Evo deck. Nobody wanted to move to New York with us. Sick. Craven's really impressive. My opinion of the best Conquest decks changed since you released the best video. Yeah, I think Sarah is bad right now because of the introduction of Spider Pig. So my opinion changed because the format changed. Other decks all still applicable. No Jeff in this deck. No, I don't think Jeff really adds anything of value here. What problem are they solving? Craven's gonna be the main villain of the new Spider-Man game. Sweet. Craven, there's also a Craven movie coming out, right? I saw an ad for that. Fingers crossed it's better than Morbius. Well, I mean... What do we think of this? I think I like it. It gives us 16 here, 7 here, 2 here. It beats Doctor Doom, it beats Hulk. It beats Wasp Hulk. But a weird game. Just like no plays till... No plays till 5. Is Kingpin mostly the deck for Polaris and Jug? Yeah, you could do some tricks with Cloak with it too. I think Kingpin's a super replacement level card. If you wanted to swap Kingpin for Killmonger or like your other favorite 3-drop, I think that's fine. Craven is Sony's first R-rated Marvel movie. Oh, that's interesting. stuff. That's brutal. Fucking bad. Isn't Deadpool the first R-rated Marvel movie? It's Sony's first R-rated Marvel movie. We're dead here. No Vulture, no Brood.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Craven gets bitten by a radioactive lion. I think in the movie trailer it was like lion blood into his. I don't know what there was something special about the lion.
Mjolnir. To me.
This one felt pretty rough. Our draw also just didn't line up particularly well.
Escape.
The lion was previously bitten by a radioactive Charlie Sheen. Might a fact check on that one. Midway Monster, thanks for the Hawaii 5-0. That's a lot of months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Let's put a good set of jugs in the middle here. Keep them from blowing up their Wolverine. Are we getting Galactus? Feels like we're getting Galactus, huh? So we'll pull Polaris over and stop him. Things you love to see. It. Spread out and play for all three. About to buy high Evo the token shop. Should you wait for balance change? I mean, yes, you should wait an hour or two and see if we get balance changes for it. God bless the Galactus redesign chat, letting me just play Marvel Snap and have a chance to counter it. Such a good change. If they Ghost Spider this turn, playing Cloak could get us in trouble. But I think I play Cloak out proactively because against a move deck, they're going to get value off of this later anyways. Any advice for pushing Infinite? I mean, my biggest advice for pushing Infinite is simply keep playing more games. If you're capable of getting to 95, you're capable of getting to Infinite. It just involves playing a high volume of games. Doctor Strange pulling the Cloak makes Miles cheaper here. Time's up. We do this. It plays for all three cleanly. We have 5 here, 2 here. This pumps up 2 on the left. What a close game. Tied here. Up by 1, down by 2. So they get us by 1. Odin White Tiger is a beautiful combo early. Yeah, that one holds up when you add a little bit of Wong into the mix later on. It's very reasonable. All right, they're gonna fill the raft, but I think that's fine. The snap is they're about to fill this and get a 6-cost card. Cloak, but I'm not certain that I'm going to fill or going to move Vulture there necessarily. This was actually the best draw in our deck. Do I think I need more than 24 here? I don't think so. I'm gonna put Ghost Spider here. Maybe. I guess I'm gonna go to 28, right? I'm sorry, what? Huh? Well, alrighty then. This puts me to 14-16, right? That should be enough.
Victory.
Lily B Baby Destroyer, chat. Vulture's a big boy. Someone said Shuri buff. Do we get OTA notes? I don't think I see a. Are you asking, do you think Shuri could use a buff? Maybe? She's definitely not super popular at the moment. I did catch the Craven trailer. It looked alright. Miles catching pork for this deck feels pretty reasonable too.
Opponent snapped.
Is this a Dr. Octopus? Wrong. Okay.
Clear for takeoff.
I don't think I want a Ghost Spider. You just jug whatever they're doing off of here. Last night, my wife couldn't remember your name and called you Jeff Hooba Gooba. God bless. To set a low bar, I've been called significantly worse things than that. This loses to Odin left. Right? This loses to, like, Magneto in the middle. In the Magneto middle, they go to 19. I'm going to 12, 14. Oh, this actually beats Magneto middle. Okay, I do this. It beats Magneto middle. Also beats Odin left. Whoa! not beat that. GG, opponent. There are a couple of Doom bots on the board. Couple of Doom bots. Yeah, sweet line for the opponent. You buy Ham now, or buy Spider-Man 2099. Which one will be more meta relevant? I think Spider-Ham is more likely to be in more decks than Spider-Man 2099 is. However, I would also expect you could easily replace Spider-Ham in most of the Spider-Ham decks, and the deck will still be a similar power level. Whereas if a deck plays Spider-Man 2099, it probably can't replace Spider-Man 2099. So, one of them probably more popular and more powerful, the other one less replaceable. I try and kick their stuff into the Oscorp Tower. Never lucky rubber ducky. Now, the good news here is I can just like nope my monster out of here and just punt their lockjaw path whilst playing for the other two. I think is the game plan here. We have 2 more turns. I don't know that these 2 more turns are good for us, Chip. I think I do this and hope to draw Vulture. Oh, Piggy. Our Lockjaw matchup feels hard in the games where we don't get Vulture going early. Okay, so basically, like, Vulture's like our big stat stick. We need him to really be able to keep up with what they're doing. How long in the day do we wait before we call it a no TA? I plan to stream till, I don't know, I'm gonna give them another hour, let's say, waiting to do an OTA reaction live. And if we don't have a patch by 4:30 Central in an hour, I'll probably call it a day, or not a patch, an over-the-air update. It's not a patch. If we don't have an over-the-air update in about an hour, I'll probably just record a reaction off stream whenever it finally goes up. Last time it went up 30 minutes from now. That's a good note. can do this. They might be able to fill this turn by moving Jeff back. But if they don't, then we can both fill next turn as dice. Wow. That's a good beat. This does give them a free Professor X on the left, but it is what it is. Look at my hell cow. The apocalypse sucks. Is 24 enough to win middle? They can move Jeff. If they move Jeff, the Craven gets bigger though, right? I'm at 25. I think we're good to go here, right?
Victory.
Or at 26. Yeah. Jug definitely. We should explore more Juggernaut decks. What do you think about playing Dagger over Kingpin? I think this deck already has borderline not enough 3s in it, and if you want to cut Kingpin, you cut it for a different 3-drop. And Juggernaut is essentially... I think Juggernaut's pretty good in the current Marvel Snap metagame. If we were playing Conquest, I would snap... Oh, I would snap Morag on their Invisible Woman. I'd also be snapping. I think I still just pull this over. It's fine. Makes my miles cheaper for next turn. Pulling this turn means I get to go miles into 3 here, which is nice. Storm, Jug, Jeff, Silk, Miles. Sure, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, I don't know that I love playing Storm right now. I think a lot of decks are probably better than you at playing in a Storm. Like, this is a Surfer deck, for example, that's not playing Storm. I think that's probably right. Yeah, we would have snapped on turn 3 if we were playing for keeps here. This is just a ladder match. We're just like pushing cards around. Opponent's got a whole lot of nothing going on. I guess we'll push the button to make them leave. Oh, this is funny. Their card doesn't get to stay here. Bye, Felicia. So we'll go Ghost Spider, pull Jugs over here, play Silver Surfer.
Victory.
What does the Moon Miles deck look like with Juggernaut? This is my editor. Yeah, I didn't have Jug in here last time. We just like accept that our bounce matchup is bad and play this. Oh, hate that idea. Should put him to gold border at some point. What about Pig? Does Pig solve our problems? Does Quinjet make Miles free? No, Quinjet doesn't make anything free. It's minimum 1. I get that Pork's the hot new thing. Do you expect Jeff to be nerfed today? No. I think Jeff's a very reasonable 2-drop. Just because a card is good doesn't mean it needs to be nerfed. Yeah, I think Iceman's better than Pig in the bounce matchup. You want cards like Jeff to be good and not Galactus and Sandman. Accurate. Any OTA news? Just soon, TM. Well, here's our chance to try the bounce matchup. Like I said, expecting this to not be good. I'm gonna jug them in the middle so we give them the rock. Sandman has no play. Yeah, that's ideal. Sandman should never be one of the best things in the format. You want other things that are good to copy with Moon Girl? Maybe? I don't know. Silk's kind of okay to copy with Moon Girl, right? Playing for center and right here. So we do this, and then next turn, we can Shang-Chi whatever they play into the Shuri path, right? Actually, should I move Jeff to the left? So that way we're guaranteed to have priority here? That way we get to Shang face up. And then I'll play Iceman out for Vibranium, so that way we can go Shang Miles Vibranium next turn. Yeah, okay. That's the line. Put the cubes in the middle and drink them all up. We could be getting like Nimroded or something here, I suppose. Something crazy. But they armored, right? So there's no way they're Nimrodding. No target. Oh my god, that's a huge rip. Oh, I forgot we were drawing Chavez. Yikes. Yikes. That's so unfortunate. That's the ladder, so it doesn't matter, but should be dead. Oh, I guess Chavez is just more. Weird pile of cards. rules are made up, but the points don't matter. Yeah, ladder matches are meaningless. The classic Shuri Vibranium play. Yeah, exactly. You would snap on turn 2 here when Monster Island flips up in Conquest. Snapping, we'll snap back here where the points don't matter. Because Shang-Chi is real solid here. You like Wolverine here in case they're playing Venom. Electro. Okay, we're playing against Galactus. So we'll do this because then I can pull Nightcrawler over to the right to stop Galactus here next turn. Well then, I guess we die. Shame we didn't draw Juggernaut. Would have been perfect.
Enough said, bub.
Their null's pretty big though, right? I believe null is big enough to win center. Was a monster that died among other things. Smaller than I thought. It was in fact big enough. It was in fact big enough to win center, but not enough to win a breaker. OTA is over the air update. That's what the Snap team refers to how they change the text on cards without patching. It's explicitly not a patch. You need to discard and we didn't put Spider Pig in our deck. Rip.
Wind, aid my hand.
Is that supposed to be 0? When they fixed the moon miles bug, it seems like they jacked it up. Aaron, your favorite Miles is free now. Yeah, basically. So, previously, people saying, obviously, this is how it works, Elysium. That is not how it worked previously, just so people understand my confusion. Before the wave change, this was not how it worked. Okay, so I'll go Spider-Man into Moon Girl, kick the Silks into the middle. My dog does better when there's voices in the room, so I've started playing him your YouTube channel when I'm away. God bless. My metrics, thank you.
Victory.
What was that? That was a very silly game. We were definitely Silk gaming there. I'm gonna die waiting for this OTA, something like that. We're getting to the end of the workday and people are starting to go home, so. We're live. We're live for 8 hours and 10 minutes. I've been starting earlier so we can sneak in some Diablo in the morning. So, it's a long day, chat. But I plan to be live for another 45 minutes. We'll see if that, if we get an update in that time. Maybe the real OTA was the friends we made along the way. One thing to point out when talking about are we playing against certain people is that usernames in Marvel Snap are not unique. For example, when you queue into someone with the username Jeff Hoagland and they're playing an all pixel deck, that's not me playing shitty cards in my off time. The OTA is not real and cannot hurt you. Hopefully it can hurt High Evolutionary though. Liar, we know you made pixels. Go left, Silk! Damn it, Silk. Well, so the thing is, I don't know that I expect Spider-Man 2099 to be a good move card. I think I expect Spider-Man 2099 to be playable, but I don't know that you, like, want to put it into a deck with, like, Human Torch and, like, multiple man and stuff like that, right? Like maybe you play Vulture in 2099 in the same deck because like Vulture's pretty close to good enough on his own. Like I think I expect like Iron Fist, Vulture, Ghost Spider 2099 to be like a package. Yeah, he's more of like a control card. I agree with that take. I'm gonna Shang-Chi here, and then I'm gonna Spider-Man here. So that way, actually, do I save the Shang-Chi for the last turn? Probably. I'm gonna do this into this. And then this, I'm playing Spider-Man in the middle, so that way if Pig kicks Silk into here, Miles can have a chance to kick Silk into here. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Got me. Wow! Lucky Wolverine. Okay, go right. Or center. Ugh. Rip. Well played, Venom Gamer. I probably should have just Shang-Chi'd. I forgot we were a Chavez deck. I should have just Shang-Chi'd on 5 and then slammed the Chavez on 6. The weekend missions from last week have not been given out yet. I'm gonna play Angela to the right, and then we're gonna Polaris pull Nebula into there. I don't want to pull Nebula into Killed if I can avoid it. Flip a coin now, though. Do I want to move Nightcrawler this turn? I don't think so. I think I want my Miles to be cheap going into the last turn. This card's just like mad fucking bugged right now. Holy shit. Mm, I'm not going to play this because this shouldn't cost 1. That would be abusing a bug. I'm trying to debate if I want to play a rock here to stop their nebula from growing. I think I do. We'll play our copies of Jeff here into the middle, so we're beating Dr. Doom. And then we'll do this, so we're up 9 here, we're up a bunch here, we're up plenty in the middle. You have my miles, I have the rest of the game.
Victory.
Is the tracker dead, by the way? The tracker is infected. I was going to make a stoned beam, and then the tracker wasn't updating. I have people telling me the OTA is up. All right, let's get restarted here, huh? It's almost 2 o'clock. What's it called? You do have to restart Steam to see the update typically. Gaz is typing in Discord. All right, sweet. What's a card they could have hit? Alright. High Evolutionary is the same. They nerfed Dr. Doom! Really? 4 power Doom bots! 4 power Doom bots! I think my favorite OTA game is figuring out which Cerebro decks got fucked and which ones got better. All right, let's do a full formal review here. I've got a season to Google Drive. Rip Cerebro 5. Cerebro 5 is dead. Alright. Bear with me as I share how the sausage gets made. It's my center screen. We're gonna do our classic one take special. Look at some balance notes here.